Group Breakthrough 1. Grower. Just as the family of 3 was approaching the main area of the Holy Land, a roar suddenly boomed down from above. Next thing they knew was a huge dragon swooping in at rapid pace and blocking their path from the front. LoveLore Dragon, is there something you need? Almost taking to his knees from the pressure alone, Wang Dichio's voice started clattering from the unease he felt. Who are you? Where's your passage identification? Those without one is not permitted into the Holy Land. A puff of smoky air spews out of the dragon's nostril when it spoke, causing the human man to squirm backwards out of instinct. However, just when things were reaching a very awkward point, Wang Xiaopeng did his usual thing and snorts before running forward. He's quite the brazen little boy to dismiss the pressure from a being so much further up the evolutionary chain. Lord Dragon, my boss is Bai Xiaochen. His Highness. The dragon huffs a grunt in a displeasing way. You think I will believe you just because you claim to know His Royal Highness? The chubby guffaws a laugh with his childish voice. If you don't believe me, then take us to see Sister Bai Yan. I know she will want to see me. Humph, first you claim to be the prince's underling, then you call the queen your sister. Are you trying to toy with me by throwing the royal family's name around? Wang Xiaopeng honestly didn't think this huge dragon's reaction to be so serious. Blinking his chubby eyes with a surprised light, that's because Sister Bai Yan is so beautiful and young, I didn't want to call her my auntie. The dragon didn't comment on that logic, only moving its head closer to the chubby in an examining manner. Though not intentional, the horn did nearly scrape across Wang Xiaopeng's face unintentionally. Seeing this, Wang Dichio promptly dragged his son back to his side without a moment of delay. He's afraid of angering this huge lizard right now. After all, it's not like everyone would know of their family's tie with Bai Yan, so things shouldn't be taken for granted. Isn't that little Xiaochen's friend? It's at this moment a voice broke in from the rear, causing the chubby to swing his head around at the 3 oncoming girls. Princess, it only took a glance for the huge dragon to recognize those faces. Hurrying to bow his head, Highness, do you recognize this child? Di Xiaowan nods, he is Xiaochen's friend. I have seen him while I was at the Luohua Kingdom. Let them through with us, we're heading back that way anyways. Yes, Princess. With the demon princess's permission, the road has now been cleared of obstruction. Boom! However, just as the group of 6 were about to walk again, a loud rumbling explosion rocked the ground from afar, making an ugly face. Di Xiaowan cries out immediately, what's going on? Did the Holy Land get hit by lightning? Chu Yi also ran forward with an anxious expression. When she saw the lightning were coming from the general direction of the Holy Island, her urgency erupted and showed in the astonished face she made. Oh no, the lightning is coming from the island and Bai Yan is there right now. Her words were enough to frighten the other 2 girls, forcing them all to rush towards the epicenter without further thinking. This includes Wang Dichio and the chubby who were lagging behind all this time. The kid actually ran as fast as any of them in this moment. Group Breakthrough 2. By the time Di Xiaowan and company managed to arrive at the scene, it was already well into the event. They could see the crowds of people gathered around Bai Yan, who was working silently with her cauldron. Towards this picture, they honestly didn't know what to make of it. Father, what's going on here? Chu Yi bites her lip and asked. The Holy Lord didn't show it, but he did feel relieved that his daughter was back. The loud noise you heard is Bai Yan refining a new alchemic recipe she found inside the miracle. You came back just in time. Come, we can all practice here together. Chu Yi literally gawked her eyes out over that information. It wasn't even all that long ago where they got to experience the benefits of being near Bai Yan when she attempted to refine something. Now they got to try it for a second time. In that instant, the princess from the Holy Land took on a look of a predatory wolf eyeing a treasure trove of meat. It's glowing and targeted. Xiaoyun, you should go over there and cultivate too. Heaving a long breath now that she knows what was happening, the demon princess urges her friend from the lawn house to join in on the fun. You're not joining. Lan Xiaoyun asks with curiosity in the voice. Shaking her head, the demon princess explains, I do not have to cultivate, I will just watch from the side. Di Xiaowan was the princess of the demon realm, so she has no need to train like an ordinary person. As long as the seal within her body becomes lifted, then the power from within would come forth on its own. Okay. Not commenting on that, Lan Xiaoyun hurries over and found a great spot for herself for this occasion. For Wang Diqiu and his family of 3, this group who came last were also quite dumbfounded the second they discovered the dense spiritual particles in the air. It's not like they never been to places with exceptional training conditions, but this was on a whole new level. It was another half a month before the session completely wrapped up. The first to make a breakthrough would be Bai Yan's 5 shifis, Holy Land and Misty Fairy House. These old-timers had it the easiest since they were already on the threshold of making an advancement. What did surprise Bai Yan though was when Ru, the young alchemist whom she bested at a contest and made him swear loyalty to herself. The young lad's pace was incredible and directly hit the saint rank in one go. But then again, everything did make sense now that she's thought about it. Everyone has a limit. If one focuses in on a thing, then they are bound to be lacking in another. In this case, when Ru has diverted his attention away from alchemy, the lad's main interest, to cultivation here in this case. That talent once again shined through, showing how amazing the person really was even outside his field of expertise. It's a shame though. Aside from those below the saint rank, the residual effects of the godhood Dan pills on the surrounding environments are minimal to the individual. However, this did give Bai Yan an idea for the future. If she gets more ingredients, then creating a legion instead of a single battalion wouldn't be a pipe dream, it's very much a possibility. Shifis, and everyone else who have arrived at the saint rank, come forward please. Gathering at her call, the 3 shifis from the Holy Land and the 2 from the Misty Fairy House all showed a confused look on their faces. Nevertheless, they stepped forward anyways along with Holuo and the rest from behind. Group breakthrough, 3, anyone but them has to withdraw from the Holy Land. Wait outside the mountain base until called for. Bai Yan did not directly bring out the medicine, instead she sharply orders the remaining people who didn't meet qualification to leave. Lord Chu Ran naturally understood what the lady wanted, so he immediately followed up with his own instructions, everyone follow me, no one is allowed to stay behind. But sister-in-law, I want to stay. Puckering her lips to one side in an unhappy manner, Di Xiaowan protests. Softening in her tone against the girl's protest, behave, if you stay here then the lightning will hurt you in the process. It won't, the demon princess shakes her head in denial. I'm not afraid of those thunderstrikes, please let me stay. Showing a pitiful light in those eyes, it's hard to deny someone like this that's currently tugging at your sleeve in a pleading manner. Bai Yan didn't say much, only narrowing her eyes in at the girl in an examining manner. Then suddenly, her pupils shrank inwardly like she's discovered something incredible. Fine, you stay. Giving a nod in agreement, except Xiaowan here, everyone else is to leave if you are below the saint rank. Don't say I didn't remind you all if something happens otherwise. Her words were very serious, and that was enough to make those who were hesitant at first to dash off like a puff of smoke. Some of you must still be wondering about those thunderstrikes from before. I can tell you all now, it's from my grandfather's breakthrough into the celestial rank. The explanation was like a grenade, exploding their eyes until it's spinning with stars. First Elder Jingqi had said it from the start, it was someone having a breakthrough. What they didn't know was the individual not being Bai Yan herself. Turns out it's Bai Chong Feng instead. Yener. Twitching in the corner of his mouth, second Elder Rennie speaks with a hint of disbelief, but Lord Bai only just broken through to the saint rank, how? In other words, the old bastard has only recently broken through, so how could he make another advancement this quickly? Flipping over her hand, Bai Yan reveals the bottles of pills she readied for everyone. This is what I just made with my alchemic cauldron. See this thing? Holding up one of the beady little pills, this is called Godhood Dan pill. an alchemic product that can help a saint rank advance into the celestial rank in one go. Second elder Rennie now sounded shaky. You mean, we can all break through to the celestial rank just like that, with that pill? That's right, Shifu, anyone is able to with the help of this pill. Wait until everyone uninvolved leaves the Holy Land, then we can begin. One by one, Bai Yen hands out her supply to those gathered around. Of the many who were amazed by the opportunity, Hualuo of the flower brothel has to be the most moved here. She's always been at the bottom of barrel in her life, from setting up the brothel to protect herself and her sisters due to their unfortunate upbringing and origin. The lady has never been lucky in life. Well, that was until she met Bai Yen and was saved by the woman. Since then, things have been going smoothly and constantly improving, just that being able to step into the legendary level like the celestial rank still left her bewildered on whether or not this was really happening. Group Breakthrough 4, with a faint smile, Bai Yen gradually came before Jingqi and his two brothers from the Holy Land. Shifis, it was the three of you who picked me up back then. For that, I will never forget your kindness and will do my best to help improve your strengths. These three have watched her come all this way in life, making them some of her most essential people in life. That's including the fact that they're unreliable on many occasions, but still, they are very much important to her. And, taking a pause to organize her words, you will always be the most important people in my world outside of Dizang, Xiaochen, and my brother Bai Xiao. Years of companionship, this feeling, how could others compare? Only by making them capable of protecting themselves could she go fight the celestial realm at ease. Fortunately Bai Changfeng wasn't around to hear this, otherwise the old grandpa would have to go find a tiny spot to weep in silence. My dear, Jingqi's first voice choked as he reached out to rub the woman's head. When we picked you up 6 years ago, you were already the one and only family we have in this life. He and his brothers have no children, that makes the girl their unofficial daughter regardless of what others thought. Bai Yen smiled at that and didn't object to the idea because she felt the same way. Then without forgetting the rest, she turns to Zhongnan and Zhongbei of the Misty Fairy House. Shifis, I want to thank the two of you for the care you gave me while at the Misty Fairy House. As long as I can walk down the path I chose, I will certainly take you along with me forward. I will never forget the kindness and care you've shown me during that period. What about the spirit realm? What about the celestial realm? One day, this big world will become one and become mine to rule. The Zhong brothers were very much gratified over that promise. To these two who already lost a disciple in the past, having another so gifted and talented was the greatest fortune they could ask for. It's getting late now and I believe the crowd have mostly dispersed. Come everyone, let's begin. I will watch from the side as you all take the pill. Taking 2 steps back, she carefully looks over the group in front of herself in case anything goes wrong. Jingqi, being the oldest of the Holy Land elders, took the medicine first as the host here. The rest followed suit next and swallowed their pill respectively, letting the gushing force spew out of their bodies. Because of how violent the power was, none of them dared to wait and hurried into a meditative position to begin cultivation. Sure enough, a thunderous rumble rocked the sky as soon as they did that, while the dark looming cloud hovered above their heads, constantly snapping crackling streaks of light at the group beneath it. Hualuo and her side of the group coped with the electrical strikes fairly well, however. Jingqi and the other 4 elders didn't fare so well in this case due to their old age. Before long, signs of faltering could be seen across Bai Yan's 5 shifis as their bodies suffered and started to fail in supporting themselves. Bai Yan noticed this change immediately, of course. Hurrying over to Zhongbei, who was the weakest of them all, she went ahead and pushed a nourishing pill into the old senior's mouth to help restore the man's strength. Relieved by the returning color, Bai Yan then went ahead to Qiu Shu Rong's 3rd side and did the same. While the lady worked profusely to make sure the old-timers were keeping up, Di Xiaowan remained seated in front of the big peach tree nearby, her eyes flickering with curiosity the entire time as Bai Yan worked. Group Breakthrough 5, strangely enough, none of those lightning strikes would draw near this demon princess despite being at the epicenter of it all. Therefore, everything within 10 li, 500 meter, had remained untouched from the incident. Sister-in-law, she opens her mouth now after being unable to hold in the doubt. With your strength, you should be able to fend off the lightning strikes, why don't you help them? Bai Yan chuckled over the obvious question, these are what you call tribulation trials. Though it's dangerous, it's a must for any cultivator to experience it for themselves to help forge their body for the newer rank. Otherwise, they will be at a disadvantage during battle because they only have the power spiritually and not physically. Making an understanding face, the demon princess just had to offer up the most troublesome idea ever, then this won't do, I also want to be hit by this lightning a few times. After saying that, she promptly stood up and called out to the lightning cloud in an excited manner, do you not see there's another living person here? What's the meaning of avoiding me? But not only did her demands not help, the dark cloud seems to have a mind of its own and moved even farther away from the girl. Di Xiaowan literally made a face with black lines running through it at the sight. What's the meaning of this? Are those clouds not giving me face? Just as Di Xiaowan grinded her teeth in frustration, the event was over and the clouds began to disperse, leaving a pure blue sky in its wake. If it wasn't for the scorched earth and smoking craters here and there, one would not even notice what had happened due to the serenity in the air. Am I at the celestial rank now? Qiu Shu Rong stood up and laughed hysterically before breaking out into tears. I never could have imagined this day to come so early. Now those animals from the spirit realm can come all they like. If they do, I will make sure they never get to go back. All smiles in the face, you guessed it right Shifu, those from the spirit realm will certainly come again. If you hasten your consolidation speed then the next battle will be yours with ease. Talk about having a turnaround in their attitude. Back when the spirit realm first attacked, these old-timers were cowering and afraid of what's to come, and now they're talking like the other side were no more than prey ready for them to hunt. Shifus, all of you shouldn't be too happy just yet. Even if everyone is at the celestial rank now, there's still different tiers in there. If the spirit realm's main core battle force comes, we might have difficulty coping with it. There's no doubt in her mind that more powerful individuals are still lurking within the ranks of the enemy. Fortunately Bai Yan has a spy on the other side, at the very least preparations would be in order if an attack was imminent. Dragony should be back soon. Staring up in the sky then as if another thought has come to mind, her gaze locks onto the direction of where the border city should be from where she stood. Since those saint ranks are already anti-contracted by the little missy, then it's safe to include those saint ranks as part of their own forces. Such numbers may not be a match for those celestial ranked masters, but they're plenty useful to clean up the rabbles, hence the reasoning for Bai Yan to send Dragony back to the border city. She wants to use these newly acquired slaves. Xiaowan, Bai Yan abruptly turns around as if recalling something important again. Before Ditsang said he's going to look for Xiaochen in the secret domain, did something happen? The demon princess didn't answer right away like she normally would, instead the girl got all hesitant and nervous, a clear sign something was amiss. Tell me, what is my son's condition? Grasping onto the girl's shoulder, Bai Yan's fingers got a bit harsh. Bai Xiaochen was her life. If anything happens to the boy then this mother might as well die along with him, that's the level of importance he was to this woman. Bai Xiaochen's missing, all careful in her voice. Not long ago my brother lost contact with Xiaochen, that's why he personally went to the secret domain in search of him. Don't worry, trust in my brother, he will definitely locate my nephew and they will be alright. Bai Yan did not show any emotions on the face right then, only clenching those fists intently. For a while, Di Xiaowan could not understand what was happening and got all nervous. Sister-in-law. Meek in her voice, the demon princess weakly calls out to try to get something out of the silent woman, it's only temporary, the disconnect. I'm sure brother would never allow Xiaochen to be in danger if he allowed him to go there alone. Slowly exhaling a breath like she's releasing some steam, that domain, can I go in? You want to go into that secret domain? Asked the demon princess with concern apparent in her eyes. My son is missing, so I must go in person to see for myself, otherwise I can't be at ease. But, biting her lower lip, Di Xiaowan hurries to explain the problem. That secret domain is generally reserved for us demons to enter. If a human go in, I fear there will likely be danger to your life despite you already being at the celestial rank. If something happens to sister-in-law, then brother will surely break my leg when he comes back. I can't worry about so much. All I know is that my son is missing and that I have to go. The more she spoke, the sterner and harder that expression became till it's crunched up in pain. Musing for a moment, I have a way for you to go to that secret domain, but you must not tell my brother that it was I who helped you. Otherwise, he will definitely kill me afterwards. Okay, I won't tell Ditsang about it. Lowering eyes, a firm light beams out of this woman's iris. No matter the danger, if it's for her boy, then she would bear any danger that comes her way. Sister-in-law, then. Follow me. Making a faint nod, Bai Yan turns to Xingqi, first, in order to leave her final instruction to the elder, Shifu, when Dragoni and her group arrives, please give them these Godhood Dan pills. You can decide which is suitable to take them or not, I leave the final decision to you. After saying that, her focus then shifts to the young lad. Wenru, your alchemic talent has always been good. When I come back next time I will help you improve further, by then you can be the one to refine the Godhood Dan pills. Bursting with joy at the promise, the lad smiles right up to the eye. Yen, you're going to teach me your alchemy. Yes, you have the ability to become a 10th grade alchemist. Here, take this recipe book and practice while I'm away. I hope that by the time I return you will already be at the 8th level. Dropping a thick booklet onto the boy's hand, she cocks a wonderful smirk like she's expecting a lot. This didn't escape Chiu Shu Rong's third eye. Making a face with black lines running through it, sweetie, you can't be so unfair, what about us? You can't just focus on helping him improve and leave us out of it. Well, Shifu, how many years do you think the three of you would take before success can be achieved when refining a 10th grade recipe? Making a helpless gesture, Bai Yan honestly didn't want to be like this. The issue was the three elders were just too ordinary and unskilled in comparison to Wenru. Bai Shuchen's missing, too, holding the item in his hand like it's some sort of treasure. Wenru's expression were all smiles then. Shifis, wait for me to come back first, then I'll help you all enhance your alchemy when I have some free time in the future. I believe even if I gave you all the recipes now, you would still be unable to grasp the knowledge on your own. Shaking her head with a bittersweet smile, Bai Yan turns back to the girl behind herself again. Xiaowan, we're leaving now. In a flash, the girls were already gone from this place due to the insistence of the worrisome mother. Demon Realm, inside the palace. First Elder had been staring up in the sky here when his mind was suddenly yanked back to reality by the appearance of the two familiar figures up ahead. Queen, Princess, you're back. Showing a faint smile, the senior happily greets the two new arrival from the front. Landing on the ground, Bai Yan spoke first without hesitation. First Elder, I heard you and state teacher were busy with something and had to leave. How come it's only you here? Slightly amused and taken aback by the quick question, First Elder didn't mind and frankly answered, that's because state teacher still had other businesses to take care of, so I returned first. My queen, is something of the matter? Xiachen is missing. Growing darker in her complexion, the lady states her main reason for coming. Likewise, the senior also grew solemn in the face upon this news. Going silent for a moment, I heard His Highness had went into the secret domain. My queen, do you mean? I want to go into the domain as well. Her voice increasingly more determined and unyielding, showing how much she intends to force the matter if needed to do so. A subtle change of concern swiftly took hold on the elder's face as he frowned on this demand. Queen, I'm afraid. First Elder, Ditsang once said I'm in charge of the demon realm. Now I want to enter that secret domain, so do as I order and send me there. Narrowing her eyes in, that voice grew increasingly sharp as she continued, don't try to make any excuses. Xiao Wan already told me aside from Di Tsang and state teacher, you are the only other person capable of opening a channel into that domain. The poor senior's mouth actually jerked as he twitched from being pointed out. For a good while, no words could come out of that tongue due to how speechless he became. Then when the old fellow finally regained his composure, he immediately turned to the princess with a protesting look of blaming because that's exactly the sort of excuse he had wanted to make in order to shut the idea down. Di Xiaowan naturally knew what the other side meant by that look. Shrinking her neck in, she promptly took a few steps back to hide behind Bai Yan's figure. First Elder, this is not my fault, you mustn't tattle to my brother when he comes back. Now this time it's the demon princess who's overthinking the matter. Aside from Di Tsang being a bit mean to the spoiled girl, no one else in the demon realm would treat this princess unwell. In fact, they pampered her to the point where it's ridiculous, hence the lawless behavior she has formed over the years. Princess, if Her Highness is all right by the end of it, then of course nothing will come of this incident. However, if something bad happens, then no one can hide the fact, right? Shaking his head, First Elder sighed at the predicament he's now placed in. Shuddering in cold sweat over that explanation, Di Xiaowan immediately turned to Bai Yan for help and tugged at the lady's sleeve. Sister-in-law, you must come back early, otherwise my brother really will kill me. Bai Xiaochen's missing. 3. Don't assume just because Di Tsang doesn't hit this girl that he wouldn't. If anything does happen and crosses the man's bottom line, then it would spell the end for her. Di Xiaowan has no delusion of what would happen then, likely she wouldn't be able to see the next sunrise. I'll be back, all bright and firm in her eyes. First Elder, open a channel for me, I'm going to look for my son. Towards this determined mother, the old-timer just couldn't refuse and issued a long sigh. If your highness is so determined, then I won't say any more. However, I have one last question I like to ask before we go. Did you break into the celestial rank? Staring straight at the woman's figure, First Elder grew heavy in the voice as he spoke. Giving a nod, yes, not long ago I happened to come across an opportunity and made the breakthrough. Then Queen, do you know how the level is divided within the celestial rank? Bai Yan shook her head, showing this was the first she's heard of this. I don't know. Let me explain then. After all, it will just be a matter of time before you meet a celestial rank once you enter the secret domain. Giving a faint smile, the senior inhales a long deep breath like it's going to be a long one. Truth is, we don't call our level the celestial rank at all once we hit this stage. The power difference is just too distinct and drastic on each tier, so we would treat it like a whole different level within the rank. Like for example, my queen, you've just made the breakthrough, so we would call you the bottom divine level. Then what comes afterward? She asks with a frown. That would of course be the middle divine, followed by the high divine. Take that spirit lord, he is a middle divine. Caressing her chin, Bai Yan muses over this newfound knowledge for a while before finally speaking up again with a smile. I understand, can you take me to the secret domain now? Of course, if that's your wish, my queen. Giving one last glance at the demon princess, First Elder then promptly led the desperate mother away for entrance's location. Bai Yan didn't say more and quietly followed from behind. She's wholeheartedly invested on this trip and has no intention of coming back out until she locates her boy. Inside a valley, a man with his hand crossed behind the back stood firmly in place atop of this land riddled with fallen leaves of maple. Meanwhile in the back, a group of armed guards silently waited his next order. Is your information accurate? My son is in this place. Di Tsang's voice sounded demanding and harsh, like he's going to murder them if the answer said otherwise. Then again, this man did promise his wife that their son would be fine even if allowed to enter this place on his own. Clearly that promise didn't stand since the boy has gone missing. Yes, Majesty, we've got eyewitness account that His Highness the Prince was last seen in this area. He was kidnapped by the members of the Sky Clan. Sky Clan. If I remember correctly, the Sky Clan belonged to the Celestial Realm and was later expelled due to a crime they committed. To think they are hiding here of all places. Growing cold and murderous in his aura now, Deetsong's expression became unreadable. I don't care who they are, hurting Sun will be punished by death. Slowly raising his hand to issue the command, demons, heed my order, slay every member of the Sky Clan. Yes, Your Majesty. Taking to their knees, their voices were strong and powerful when complying. By Shuchen's missing 4, at this order, the demons gathered here today immediately began to charge towards the upper reaches of this valley, their momentum full of murderous intent as their feet trampled the ground. Deetsong didn't join in on the main fight, only watching this unfold from above in the air. Nevertheless, his attention did eventually get pulled when a loud holler caught his ear from the small settlement. Who is so bold to come make trouble at our Sky Clan? The voice clear and crisp, causing even the smoke to clear somewhat in the battlefield as that bright red figure made its way to the forefront. This individual was a beautiful woman with a dominant air to her existence, yet she still carried the sort of charm that's expected of the type who's well experienced in seducing the opposite sex. At first she was still brimming with anger over the attack, but that instantly changed as soon as she noticed that enticing figure of a man up ahead. There's a look of astonishment and stunned outlook in the woman's face. The main reason being how much of a drought it's been for these poor females of the Sky Clan after they moved here. A female still needs comforting, and when compared to the 2 boys they kidnapped the other day, this one clearly had more of a manly charm to him. Hello there, handsome. If you are visiting us, then you should at least send someone to inform our tribe. Why cry death and battle so suddenly? What, are you picking on us just because our tribe only has females in our roster? Licking her lip like she's already unable to hold back the insatiable desire to mate with this man, the female who's the obvious leader of these Amazonians spoke with a voice of playfulness. Disgusted by the gaze he's receiving, Deetsong crunches up that face and spoke with harshness, bring my son out and I will let you die with your bodies intact. Ha ha ha. The woman bursts out laughing, very much amused by the laughable joke she's heard. There's sarcasm and contempt in the lady's eye. Oh beautiful, we of the Sky Clan are lonely and suffering, you know. In order to quell our pain, we will take any passing men to become our playthings. Since you are here now, you can forget about leaving, become me and my sister's toy. Retracting the cold frosty air in her eyes, the woman throws out a charming wink at her supposed victim. Deetsong's aura instantly grew menacing because he knew what she's trying to do. Waving his arm, a powerful force repels whatever she's trying to do and throws a counterattack right back. Surprised and shocked by the ineffectiveness of her own charm, a pang of anger erupted out of this woman's face, but not before she got hit in chest and had to take several steps backward. Now there's only panic left in the eye. How? How could our clan's seduction spell not work on you? In this world, there are many races who study the art of seductive charm, but there's no other group more capable than the foxes. Since Deetsong here was a fox himself, it's only normal for the woman's charm to fail. Speak, where's my son? Encroaching in on the female, Deetsong's pressuring gaze was now starting to make the other side stammer and break out in cold sweat. I did grab 2 boys that was passing by not long ago, but I don't know which one you're talking about. Expressionless, my son is of course the most eye-catching among the crowd one. By Shuchen's missing 5, what you're saying is that one, the one who looks better than a fairy and is sculpted from jade itself, that child. Based on how timid her voice has become, it's obvious the earlier arrogance has died out in this lady's attitude. I think he's in the altar room right now. Only after hearing that did Deetsong retract his oppressive aura, leaving the female to gather a breath. Sadly, his next words that followed threw her into the ice again. You bunch watch over her. He orders the demons from behind, if my son is missing even a strand of hair then all of you will die. So, you better pray that he is not hurt, or be prepared for the consequences. Her fate has been sealed since the moment she made a move against the boy. She's doomed, along with her clan, that's regardless of Baishachen being hurt or not, it doesn't matter at this point. The place of offering and worship wasn't that far away, merely at the other side of the valley. Here, in this dimly lit tiny room where the altar stood was Baishachen with his hands tied behind his back, that mouth stuffed and covered by a handkerchief. The boy's been awake and alert for a while now, but he never once tried anything until he's sure the ones in charge of watching him from the outside were gone. With this perfect opportunity before him, Baishachen didn't need to wait and forced a tug around his arm. With a snap, the rope binding his hands were torn, leaving him free to crawl over to the other boy that's with him. Luckily the latter wasn't bound by anything, only unconscious, making it all the more easier to carry out the following escape plan he's had in mind. "Wake up, hey wake up," he gently pushes the kid's body in an attempt to get a reaction. Sadly, his efforts were in vain. Scratching the back of his head over this dilemma, what to do? He's obviously been drugged by those ladies from earlier. Thankfully I'm immune to every poison out there, otherwise I might be in the same situation when they fed me that thing. It's then an idea suddenly hit the little steam bun when his brain worked up to here. Pulling out all the pill containers in his possession, Baishachen wavered as he stared left and right over what he had. Which of these candy beans can detoxify the sleeping drug? Damn it, I should have paid more attention to Mother's lesson when I was studying. Wrinkling his cute little nose from the self-annoyance, the boy grew furious and decides to pop one out from each container. Oh, who cares, you're also a demon, so it doesn't matter if I feed you everything. One of these should remove that drug inside you. In one sweeping gesture, he directly stuffs the handful of Dan pills into the other child's mouth and allowed it to flow. Thankfully these are all high-quality medicine directly made by Bai Yen herself. As soon as the objects touched saliva, they would melt and become liquid form inside the kid's mouth, making the job of feeding all the more easier. Gradually opening those eyes, the unconscious boy eventually locks onto the little steam bun staring down at himself. "Are you here to save me?" Raising a bright smile, Baishachen proudly cocks his tiny chin upward. "That is of course, otherwise how will those fools catch me?" Wild ambition, 1, moved to the point of showing tears in the corner of those eyes. The little boy wanted to say something more to show his gratitude when he suddenly remembered their own predicament. Hurrying to cry out, "But those people are very powerful, you need to leave and not worry about me." "No, my mother said it before that a man must know how to repay a debt. Little leopard, you helped me before so I must save you." In a forceful tug, Baishachen didn't give any room for refusal and pulled the other boy along with him towards the doorway. "Little leopard, follow me closely from this point forward, I will take you away to safety." When Baishachen reached the doorway, his steps gradually slowed to a tiptoeing pace for fear of disturbing anyone that might still be outside. However, his prudence was for naught because when he tried to push at the door to make a crack for peeking, he immediately discovered there's a chain locked around the knobs. Understanding the problem, he inhales deeply and musters up a force around the fingers. This time around when he made a push, the power he summoned instantly snapped the metallic chains on the other side. "Okay, we're good now. Come little leopard, we need to leave this place." Scurrying about from one point to the other, the pair were able to make great progress in this dark place due to Baishachen's exceptional memory. When he was being brought to the altar room, the little steam bun made sure to memorize the directions, so this was just him recollecting his previous steps. "Who is it?" Just then, a petite voice suddenly came from the rear and causes the leopard boy to fall into panic on that cute little face. "Don't be afraid, I said I'll protect you." Patting his friend's shoulder, the little steam bun promises with an air of assurance. Perhaps it's the way he spoke, or just the way he acted, but it did manage to calm the frightened boy's heart. Turning around, Baishachen confronts the group that has caught them from behind. It's a bunch of ladies, all scantily dressed with barely any clothing covering their body parts aside from the crucial two parts. They were all eyeing the two boys with sharp looks like they're very unhappy right now. "We're only passing through, can you beautiful sisters let us pass?" All bright and innocent, Bai Xiaochen does his usual talk of persuasion. Under normal circumstances, this effort to charm the female sex would have worked without problem. However, this was the Sky Clan. These boys, weren't they the ones brought back by Lady Mei Ling before? One of the maids apparently recognizes the two and pointed this out. If I remember right, Lady Mei Ling should have fed them some sleeping drug. How did they wake up so early? No matter, they're caught now so they can forget about escaping. No one runs from our Sky Clan. That said, the group of ladies promptly charged with their blades drawn. Beaming with a sharp light at the open hostility, Bai Xiaochen rapidly pushes his friend further back to make some space. Do you think I would be afraid of you people when I'm the prince? I will protect Mother in the future so you're nothing to me. Wild ambition, too, a formidable force has now exploded out of Bai Xiaochen's tiny little figure, causing even the air around himself to gush outwards like a hurricane. Boom! Under that torrent of wind, those who attempted to approach the boy were knocked away instantly, giving the little steam bun the opening he needed to grab the leopard boy's hand to make a mad dash for the other way. Little leopard, let's go. At the main gateway of the Sky Clan, Ditsong's dark gaze continues to scan the area until his sight fell upon the torrent of wind blowing up from afar. Xiaochen. In a flash of purplish light, his body shot towards the epicenter of this event. When he arrived, there's already nothing left, only rubbles and a bunch of maids constantly groaning from the pain and the occasional blood puking out of their lips. Speak, where is my son? Coming before one of the injured, Ditsong harshly glares down at the lady who's barely able to look up. They've left. The maid squirms once her sight clears up a bit and recognizes the frosty look coming down at herself. Where did they go? He asks again with a totally unreadable face. I didn't see clearly, there were too much sand and wind, so by the time I came back to my senses they were already gone. The maid trembled as she answered, her heart filled with endless terror when she noticed what the man was doing. Ditsong have already raised his hand by then, and from it was a purplish flame. When he released it, the fire instantly engulfs the injured here and slowly melted their flesh and body away like magma meeting rock. Sire. A group of demons also gathered due to the noise, their bodies kneeling to await their next order. I don't care if you turn this valley upside down, go find my son. He shouldn't have gone too far. Cocking a cold smirk over what he's going to say next, as for the Sky Clan and its members, leave none alive. They can pay with their blood for making a move against my son. Under normal circumstances, Ditsong wouldn't even need to make such a huge scene about finding the boy, he could have just used his nose to track the scent. Unfortunately, there are various obstacles here stopping him from doing so. The main one being the differing laws governing this pocket dimension, it's affecting his ability to smell. Of course, the Demon King here was well aware of this fact and deliberately gave his own son a beaconing charm. It's so he could tell where the boy was at all times. Sadly, the little rascal actually lost the damn thing, forcing Ditsong to do all this for a simple rescue mission. Yes, sire. Bowing their head, the demons promptly spread apart in every direction without looking back. At the higher parts of the valley, Bai Xiaochen and Little Leopard had just ran out of breath from running so fast out of the settlement. They're tired but relieved at the same time. It's strange, the commotion I made should have alerted those from the Sky Clan, why aren't they coming to catch us? Wrinkling his lovely little brow, Bai Xiaochen mutters this to himself in confusion. But since he couldn't understand the reasoning, then he's not going to dwell on the matter. Instead, he makes a brilliant warm smile at their own fortune and rolled with it. Wild ambition, 3, Little Leopard, we are safe now. The leopard boy blinked and blinked before responding, thank you. Don't thank me, before it was you who helped me when I was hurt. Patting the other side like he's some sort of adult, Bai Xiaochen starts getting ideas again like he usually does. This place is too unsafe, why don't you come with me? I can't be at ease leaving you here alone once I leave this place. There's shock on the leopard boy's face, but more were that of surprise and happiness. Almost choking due to the tears that swelling up, you would take me in. Baishuchin gives a heavy nod. My mother is a very good person, so I'm sure she would love to have you around, don't worry. Do you like your mother very much? Seeing how the little steam bun would always genuinely smile when mentioning Bai Yen, the leopard boy unconsciously began to envy him. It couldn't be helped. Since his birth, this kid has always been alone without any supervision or family. To finally have a grasp of what it means to experience kinship was something entirely new and enticing for him. Proud in his demeanor, of course I like my mother, she's the greatest and best-looking woman in this whole wide world. She's gentle and kind and the sweetest person you can find. It's the very reason why I came here, it's to enhance my own strength so I can protect her from those mean people who wishes to harm her. Then do you not mention anything about your father/my father? Baishuchin's mouth instantly puckered up with a sour note. He is a big baddie who always tried to steal mother away from me. But out of consideration that he likes to beat those bad people away from my mother, I have reluctantly accepted him. When speaking up to here, the little steam bun suddenly paused like he's thought of something else. Actually, baddie father isn't that bad, he can be nice to me sometimes. It's just that he always tries to hog mother's attention all day long and wouldn't let me sleep with her at night anymore. That's right, after Deetsung came into this pair's life, the poor child's been unable to share a bed with Bai Yen. The direct consequence of that was Baishuchin questioning his own origin and believing he's adopted from the streets. Little leopard, let's get out of here first, I don't want to give those ladies a chance to catch us for a second time. Giving a long sigh, Baishuchin gave one final glance at the oddly silent settlement behind himself before fleeing off into the sunset with his friend in tow. There's a town not far away from where the valley was located. At first this place was still bustling with noise, but that quickly changed into a calming silence when the two boys appeared. Whose children are they? What a lovely pair of boys, the first pretty like a girl and the second just as fine like a piece of jade. Little leopard rarely makes contact with other people, so this experience was something very new to him. Perhaps it's the look he's getting, or the added attention, but the kitty boy definitely didn't like this and took shelter behind his friend's back. He's just too timid and afraid for these sort of crowded events. Understanding the issue, Baishuchin promptly pat the other kid's shoulder as reassurance, don't be afraid, with me here no one will hurt you. That day it was he who got saved and it was he who brought the leopard boy out from his former home. In the end Baishuchin here holds a huge responsibility to look out for the other boy. After all, it was his own negligence that allowed the females from the Sky Clan to kidnap the kid in the first place. Wild ambition, 4, and this time, he won't let his friend Little Leopard suffer any more damage. A man must shoulder responsibility in life, that's what his mother said. The leopard boy nods and came out again with renewed confidence. You are my only friend, so I believe in you. Though there's no more fear left on the kid's face, but the cheeks were still flushing red as he stared back at the townspeople. Elder, are you seeing this? Not far away from where Baishuchin stood was a young man wearing a light blue robe. He's currently eyeing the two boys while fanning himself like a young scholar. Young lord, I saw it very clearly, the boy with the more exquisite face is the one those from the demon realm are seeking. With a placking sound, the youth folds his fan in one smooth motion and coldly spoke again. According to the forefathers, we were once also members of the demon realm, but because of a mistake our forefathers made, those at the throne threw us out and banished our clan into this domain. Originally we should be happy to be able to come here, after all, the demon realm's foundation is damaged during the Great War. Getting cold in the eyes now upon bringing the subject up, but those accursed beings cursed us, forever sealing our ability to advance in the celestial rank here. They could have just left us alone, instead they ordered us to forever guard over this stretch of land for them and not let us reap the benefits. The more he spoke about the past and the conditions placed on him and his kin, the more outspoken and harsher his voice became. What do you have in mind, my lord? The old man asks after a moment of thought. Showing a rippling smirk regarding that question, I want to make use of this demon prince. Once I capture him, then that demon king will only have two choices to make. First is to release us from this prison, then it's to hand over the throne to me and break the limit on our bodies. Showing hardness in the eye, the youth flicks open his fan again using that expressionless face. Young lord, what plan do you have in mind? At first the senior that's what the youth was stunned by that proclamation, but he quickly came back to his senses after weighing the cons and pros. It's true forcing someone to do their bidding would be difficult, but it's not entirely impossible. They do have their method, and as it so happens, they have it right here in their hands. If he loses his memory, then wouldn't it be easy to control him? The youth sneers, our Zhang house's forefathers were stupid. I'm not going to be like them, guarding this domain just because others told them to. The old man's heart trembled then. For some unknown reason, he couldn't help but feel uneasy when listening to his young lord's words. My lord, shouldn't we let the chief know first? No need. The young man shows a dark look, that old thing is so cowardly, he will only hinder our plans and get in the way. If you want our demon wolf clan relive its glory days again, then follow my orders, I will lead us to greatness. Wild Ambition 5. While the two were scheming behind their backs, the leopard boy himself was busy scanning the streets with curiosity in his eyes. Everything was new to this young kid, and like any child, the fanciful and fun things are always the most eye-catching. However, when his sight fell upon the two figures in front that staring straight at himself, he immediately shrank his neck in and snuck behind the little steam bun again due to the anxiety he felt from the unknown. Looking up at the intervention, Bai Shuchen's brow began to furrow inwardly as he asked, Grandpa, Uncle, do you need something? With a fake smile, the young man makes a greeting gesture, Greetings, Highness. Blinking his eyes in surprise, the little steam bun quickly follows up, Do you know me? We are members of the demonic wolf clan and subjects to His Majesty. Under the king's order, we have been instructed to search for you, my prince, and to bring you to our home so news can be passed along to His Majesty. Since the tone sounded sincere and the fact that the other side's also a demon, Bai Shuchen didn't question the truth in that statement. Batty father is looking for me. Oh, it's all my fault. I lost that beaconing charm when I got injured last time and still can't locate it. If you are acting under Batty father's instruction, then go ahead and inform him. I can wait at your home until then. Normally he would reject the offer, but since he's afraid of Ditsang being worried for himself, the kid finally nodded and said yes. Please your highness, this way. While under the cover of his own bowing head, the youth smirks at his own success. Reaching out to hold his friend's hand, Come little leopard, we will go with him. Oh yes, prepare some food for my friend, he likes to eat meat. As you wish, my prince. Zhang Yu, young wolfing, cups his hand in compliance. The elder on the side had wanted to say something here but ended up sighing in the end. He knew his words won't change the young wolfing's mind. Oh, forget it. The young lord has never been one to admit defeat before others, even if it means using underhanded methods at times. Such a personality won't be persuaded just because of caution. Bai Shuchen didn't think so much, he's too full of joy to worry about a trap being laid before himself. To the demon prince, he's all about leaving this secret domain once his old man comes. By then, he could run back to his mother and be the good little son that he was. An involuntarily smile blooms out of that face, those eyes full of laughter at the thought. Zhang Yu continued to walk in front right now. To this young wolfing, he's unable to keep his happiness contained at this point because he could already see himself basking in glory. That demon king loves his own son so much, that's why he's going to give me everything I demand of him. The Wolf Manor. Where's our room? The little steambun briskly asks after stepping through the doorway like he owns the place. Zhong Yu's scheme. 1. Yes, Highness, I will have the maids ready the rooms for you. Please come with me first. Zhang Yu signals the old man behind himself while he himself led the two boys away for the temporary guest rooms. The old man naturally knew what that look meant. After a moment of musing, he immediately walked in the opposite direction to carry out the plan. Uncle Wolf. Baishuchen suddenly stopped. When will my father come? This careless and unthoughtful question actually scared the daylights out of Zhongyu. The young man thought he's been discovered, so he began to tense up. However, he quickly realizes it's his own guilt that's playing here, and his rattled nerves soon settled down. I'll send someone to inform the king right away. I believe it won't be more than a few days before he comes. Grinning with a huge smile at the news, then that's great. I hope Uncle Wolf isn't trying to deceive me just because I'm a child, otherwise my mother will be very angry. Just so you know, even my batty father will get scared if she's like that. It's unsure why, but the little guy's words have had the direct effect of make Zhang Yu fall into a panic. He's sure that his lie has worked, and that the prince didn't suspect a thing. Yet why? Why does he have such an ominous feeling? Awkwardly laughing like he's trying to shirk off the unease, the young wolf attempts to move the topic along. Don't worry, Prince, no one here will dare to or be able to deceive you. I'd still like to trust Uncle Wolf. The boy's returning smile seemed very innocent and very true. Uncle, I'm starting to feel tired, so don't let anyone come disturb me later when I'm resting. Oh, course, Your Highness. Complying by lowering his head, one only needs to take a peek to discover that insidious light in those eyes of this wolfing. Done with that, Baishuchen turns back to the room in question. He didn't make up the part about wanting to rest, so when he pushed open the door, the first thing he did was to close it and get on the bed. With the blanket reaching all the way to his face, the kid appeared troubled with worry. Will mother find out since I lost the beaconing charm? She must know if batty father knows. Oh, what to do? Mother must be so worried about me. I better be good and wait for batty father to come pick me up so I can go back as soon as possible. I miss mother's scent so much, I want to go back. No. Shaking his little head like he's trying to throw away the thought, I'm not 3 anymore, I must learn to be independent. Only by being an adult then can I protect mother. It's then the door to the room was suddenly pushed open and in came a maid. The girl carried a tray with a bowl of soup that she placed on the table. Prince, I've come to bring you soup. It's the young lord's instruction because he's worried about you being hungry. Please enjoy while it's hot. Although Baishuchen did give explicit instruction not to be disturbed, but he's a good child. As per Bai Yan's teaching, those who offer kindness must be returned with kindness, hence his lovely smile at the servant girl. Thank you, sister. The maid's face went red from blushing. She's been thoroughly won over and germinated by the kid's adorableness, so it took her a good while to come back to reality. Moments later, when he was left alone again, Baishuchen didn't hesitate and quickly came before the table to get his first whiff of the delicious-smelling liquid. However, right as the drool was coming out, his nose immediately picked up another scent in here, and that caused his face to sink into a scowl. Zhongyu's scheme, too, squeak with creaking of the door for the second time today, the young man known as Zhongyu steps through. When he saw how ugly the kid's expression was towards the filled bowl of soup, his face instantly sank from the picture. My prince, this soup, is it not to your taste? Squinting up his eyes, Baishuchen began examining the new entry up and down like he's thinking of something and on what his next course of action should be. Under that scrutinizing gaze, Zhongyu found himself starting to tense up in fear. What's going on? Did this kid figure it out? No. It's impossible, us demon-kin have no knowledge in regards to alchemy, and this Dan pill is something I bought from a human years ago. That person said it can make the taker lose their memory, so the prince couldn't have known the soup is drugged. Half a minute later, Baishuchen's boisterous laugh suddenly broke out and brought the other side back to attention. Of course not, Uncle Wolf, how can I refuse your good intention? Picking up the bowl, the kid takes a big swing at the liquid and gulps down the entire thing in one move. When done, he didn't forget to wipe the corner of his mouth to emphasize how much he enjoyed the flavor. Seeing this, Zhongyu inherently felt relieved and laughed aloud as well. please get some rest, my prince. I will go down first and come back later to organize everything. All right." Saying nothing more, the boy went ahead and turned to the bed again. When he did so, the little steam bun deliberately covered part of his mouth to hide that sneaky smirk he was making. It's unsure how much time has passed, but by the time Zhang Yu returned to check up on the occupant, he was already showing off his real face of cold light. "Brother Yu." Coming up from behind was a young woman of similar age to the male. She's also eyeing the little boy currently sleeping on the bed with her own gaze. "Is this the crown prince from the demon realm?" He gives a slight nod as confirmation. "Cici, you must remember, from this point forward you are his mother, and he is your child." "Don't worry, brother Yu, Fifth Elder have already told me everything." Making a bright smile at the mention of their plan, "I will do everything within my power to help you, you can be confident in my acting." Unbeknownst to the two scheming individuals though, the sleeping little guy had jerked so slightly due to their conversation. Nevertheless, the reaction was a brief one and quickly returned to the quiet state from before. Xiaochen, wake up." Slowly opening his eyes with a frown, Bai Xiaochen found himself being confronted with a smiling and tender face. It's that of a woman's around the age of 20-something, a young one and barely older than his own mother's. Towards the sluggish and silent stare from the boy, Cici's, wolf lady, reaction was to turn to the man behind herself for instruction. Understanding he should take the lead, Zhang Yu smiles and came forward. "Xiaochen, you were attacked before, so your memory isn't so good right now due to the injury. I am your father, and this is your mother, now do you know us?" Bai Xiaochen didn't answer still, only staring up at the man and woman standing there. Towards this display, Zhang Yu began to doubt himself and made a furrowed look. This shouldn't be. Did the drug make the kid go stupid? It was supposed to only make him lose his memories, not wipe his mind completely to the point of damaging it. Exchanging a look between themselves, the wolf lady known as Cici went ahead to bring the little steam bun into a warming hug. It's the type of a kind mother's embrace, which was exactly what she's trying to go for. Zhong Yu's scheme. 3. If you don't want to call us father and mother, then that's fine, you only need to remember we're your family and that's enough. Oh yes, we have an eternal enemy and his name is Ditsang. He's also the one who tried to kill you. Lowering his eyes to hide that frosty glint when they said that, it's obvious Bai Xiaochen's will to murder these lying bastards has been lit. "Cici, let's go, we need to let him get some rest. I'm sure he'll slowly come to accept us with time." Making a small chuckle, Zhong Yu didn't bother to hide the malice in his voice due to the impression that he succeeded. He has taken the medicine anyways, so he can forget about remembering the past in this lifetime. Okay. Cici nods and released her arms around the boy and got up from the bed, but not before giving one final glance at the sluggish-looking kid who only stared at their backs while they departed. Regaining the light in his eyes after being left alone again, Bai Xiaochen restored the cunning look on his face and immediately rose from the bed. He's scanning his surroundings with vigilance in case those wolves returned for a third time. Once certain they aren't going to come back, the boy's first order of business was to locate the leopard boy who's currently sleeping on the bed next room over. Those people must have fed little leopard some sort of sleeping drug. Biting his lip like he's tied between an idea, Bai Xiaochen suddenly grew tough in the face when he pulled out a small dagger from out of nowhere. In a flick, he makes a small wound on the tip of his finger and allowed the blood to seep into the other boy's lip. Good thing mother fed me all those damn pills since I was a baby, now I'm immune to almost every poison out there and can use my blood to use as an antidote. Before long, the leopard kid fluttering those befuddled eyes opened like he's really confused on what's happening. "Xiaochen." "Shh." In his haste, Bai Xiaochen only knew to cusp his hand around the careless kid's mouth in order to stop him from making any more noise. "Don't say anything, those wolves will hear us." Startled and confused, little leopard didn't understand what his friend meant by that but still did as told. "That group of bad people fed us some drug, but they didn't know I'm immune because I've been eating various herbs and medicinal ingredients since I was young." I only needed a whiff to tell, so I went along with their plan and used it to my advantage. Huffing a snort to gloat, think they can scheme behind my back. Don't they know I am immune to all poison? Then shouldn't we make a run for it? Asked the leopard boy with nervous eyes. Shaking his head, no, I can't just leave like this, they must pay for trying to use me against my batty father. That, the little leopard sounded worried still. I'm going to wait here for batty father. They want to use me, so he will definitely come for me. Evoking a sly smile, he shows off why the foxes are so cunning, they will work for me whether they like it or not. The little leopard boy continues to blink his eyes in bafflement. Although the kid doesn't understand what his friend's trying to do, but he knows by Fictional couldn't be wrong. Okay, I'll stay with you here until your father comes. I'm not leaving without you, Fictional. Don't worry, little leopard, they can't hurt you. Patting his friend's shoulder, the little steam bun reassures the other boy with his confident smile. Also, I need you to keep pretending like you've lost your memory, otherwise my plan will be exposed. I understand. The leopard kid solemnly nods to show how much emphasis he has regarding the instruction. Done with what he needs to do, Fictional swiftly left his friend's room like a little ghost that he was. Perhaps it's how confident Zhang Yu felt about his plan working, but there were no guards or patrols placed around their room, so sneaking around was a piece of cake. Zhang Yu's scheme, 4. At this moment, at a not so far away peak next to this township, a woman now stands staring down from above at the terrain as the bristling wind blew against her dress. The eyes she showed were sharp and bright. This domain doesn't look all that different from the world outside, now I just need to find Fictional and get him back. Loosening her frown after that small muttering remark to herself, she promptly left the spot in a flash to head for the township at the bottom of the valley. Meanwhile, at the same time this was occurring, Deetsong was currently acting increasingly more annoyed as he sat on the throne seat in the Sky Clan settlement. Is there still no news about my son's whereabouts? Sire, we've searched everywhere around the area, there's no sign of the prince yet. The guard answers with a nervous tremble. That was not the right answer, causing the oppressive man's aura to swoop over, devour the poor soldier's existence until he's choking for air. Thankfully it's then another figure came running over from the doorway to stop the act. Kneeling there, the person carefully spoke. Sire, we've just received a letter from an outsider, the stranger said it was for you. Bring it forward. He growled with a menacing voice. Yes, your majesty. In his hurry to comply, the soldier nearly tripped on his own 2 feet when trying to hand over the letter. As annoyed as he was over the incapability of his own men, Deetsong didn't have the patience to punish the second individual's carelessness. Tearing apart the cover, he only needed a quick glance at the letter's content to grow dark and hard in the face. Gather everyone, we're heading to Long Town now. Rapidly rising from the throne chair, his maneuver allowed the letter to slowly flutter to the floor for everyone to see. If the king wants to see the little prince, then he will come to the demonic wolf clan's home. In an instant all faces were changing in various ways, but all had the same thought in mind: the prince is at the demonic wolf's clan's place. But before they could dwell on the issue any further, Deetsong had already left them for the outside, forcing the rest to quickly follow suit. Lucky they did so too. Because right as the dangerous man was off the grounds of this settlement, a huge gulf of purplish instantly lights up across the Sky Clan's home, destroying and incinerating the structure and grounds. Wolf Manor. Leaning his head against the bedside rail, Fictional appeared bored as he stared forward in a mindless state. He's thinking of something, just don't know what. It's then the door was pushed open by a hand. Looking over, he could see it was a young woman walking over. Fictional, you're awake. Carrying a tray of dainty pastries with her, Cece, wolf lady, sounded gentle and kind as she spoke. Mother prepared some snacks for you. Come, try some, I'm sure you are hungry by now. Not rejecting the offer, the little steam bun first picked up a pastry to take a sniff. When his nose found nothing wrong with it, his expression promptly relaxed. It's not poisonous. But the thought only lasted a bite before the kid spit the stuff back out. So gross, it's nasty. Who made this food? Are they trying to hurt me with this? Cece's face was stiff as a rock right now. She just couldn't believe how the little fella could detest her cooking so much. This wolf lady could swear that in this long town, her cooking skills are top-notch. Even if it's not the best, it's among one of the best and couldn't be matched. However, one good thing did come out of this for her, and that was Bai Xiaoqin's willingness to speak. Thank goodness this child is not a retard and a mute. Xiaoqin, this is what mother here made for you, don't you like it? Flickering with a light in his big blue eyes, Bai Xiaoqin's cuddly and cute face revealed a bright smile when meeting the wolf lady's gaze. Zhongyu's scheme, 5, are you really my mother? The young woman ticked the corner of her mouth into an upward arc over that question. That is, of course. If I'm not your mother, then why would you be here? That made the boy sneer inside. Why am I here? Of course that's because you people scammed me here. Naturally the little steambun wouldn't show any of that on his face, only staring cluelessly like he should when he's supposed to have lost his memories. But according to my memories, my mother's cooking should be very delicious, far better than the best cooks out there. This pastry though. It doesn't seem to match up to what I recall. Cece just gawked her eyes there. Didn't brother you claim this boy has lost his memories? Why is he still remembering the past? At least he only remembers the demon queen's cooking skill and not the person herself. Maybe I'm getting rusty for not cooking so long. How about I make another plate of pastry for you? Is that fine, Xiaoqin? She asks with a forced smile this time around. Her mission was to please this little guy, but that doesn't mean she's genuinely happy to be doing so. Okay, grinning wide on his cuddly little face, I want to eat dongpu trotter, flour chicken, mapo tofu and stewed chicken eggplant. Cece's facade nearly crumbled in that split second under his barrage of naming. She's the Lady of the Wolves, a noble and prestigious existence in these parts. It's bad enough to ask someone of her standing to work in the kitchen, but couldn't he have at least named some exquisite dish instead of those? Those rambunctious stuff. Flour chicken. Mapo tofu. Is that something a person of my capacity should do? Xiaoqin, these dishes are too ordinary, can you change it to some more exquisite dishes? Restraining her urge to smack the boy, Cece awkwardly asks with a stiff smile. Ah. Looking reluctant, Bai Xiaoqin gives a nod in accordance with the demand. Then I want to eat dragon meat, it must be the kind that has lived for more than 1,000 years. A splurge of essence blood nearly came spewing out of Cece's throat just then. Dragon meat. And the type that has lived for 1,000 years at that. Where in the world am I supposed to find that? Is that hard? Making a frown, the little steambun then went ahead to knock on his own head like he's remembered something. I just had a dream. In there, mother would feed me dragon meat and it tasted great. Although I couldn't see mother's appearance clearly, but I know it is mother's figure when she fed me the dish. Of course, his story there was nothing more than a prank. He's a demon, and dragons are also demons. There's no way he would eat his own kin. However, that doesn't change the fact that he's enjoying his own little play on toying with this deceitful witch that's trying to impersonate his own mother. Just watching that steaming yet unable to vent face was enough to delight the cunning little troublemaker. That's what you get for trying to deceive and use me. Xiaoqin, there's no more dragons in this place. Growing stern, a strong light beams out of the fox lady's eye after she managed to calm her inner anger. Those dragons, I have already fed you all of them, so there's none left. Now it was Bai Xiaoqin's turn to choke at the shamelessness of this exchange. He expected all sorts of excuses and lies from this impostor, but to say he himself has ate all the dragons. Whoa, that really takes some skill to pull off. That, getting sly as well, the kid grows a smirky grin as well. Then I want chicken soup. And I want you to eat it with me. Alright, issuing a sigh of relief, wait just a minute, I'll get it ready." After saying this, Cece made sure to leave quickly so that the boy wouldn't make any more difficult request. Looking at her panicking and scrambling figure that's practically fleeing from view, Xiaochen just couldn't help but release a chuckling laugh at his own achievement. Now all he has to do was to await for the chicken soup so he could carry out the second phase of his prank. The little devil, he did not need to wait long for the wolf lady to return. This time around, she's carrying a large bowl of chicken soup in hand with a heart of resentment. "Xiaochen, the chicken soup that you wanted." Ready and prepared, Xiaochen's first act was to pick up the chopstick so he could pass on the chicken but to the lady's bowl. "You eat too." As expected, it is Xiaochen who cares about mother here the most. Perhaps it's how moved she was at being served a piece, but the lady didn't have a second thought when she stuffed the chicken but into her mouth after taking a seat. However, all it took was a bite before she spat the chunk of fatty flesh out. In her haste, she immediately grabbed a handkerchief to wipe her frowning mouth. "What is this?" "Chicken butt, is this not your favorite food?" Answering without so much as blinking an eye, Xiaochen sounded so innocent and true that it's hard to doubt his sincerity. Sadly, this news was a huge blow to the wolf lady's mental stability. If she had known the piece she just placed in her mouth was a chicken but then she would have removed it even before she made the soup, that's a huge blunder on her part due to inexperience, and now she's suffering for it. For a second, the lady felt like her very bile would spill out due to the disgust she felt. "Mother, you have changed." Xiaochen's little mouth had curled into a displeased pucker like he's about to cry. "You used to like eating it a lot. Is it because I'm the one who gave it to you that you are vomiting?" Pumping a twitch in the corner of her mouth. How could that be?" "Then why did you spit it out, mother?" asked the boy with a layer of water filling his crystal-like eyes. Inhaling deeply knowing she's been cornered, Cece knew she had no choice and slowly picked up the chicken but again with her chopstick. When those fingers felt the resistance from the clamping force she herself applied, the lady could already imagine the puking image in her mind. But still, she stuffed it into her mouth in one forceful chug and swallowed. That was it, that's the last straw. Grabbing her handkerchief, Cece literally covered her mouth and fled for the outside due to the horrific sensation. When her figure disappeared completely, the laughter of the boys chuckling could still be heard throughout the room. "This is just the beginning. If you people dare to impersonate my family then you can forget about having it easy." Then as if to add salt to the injury, Xiaochen went ahead to take a sip of the soup. Unfortunately, he too had made a mistake and found the flavor disgust, forcing him to spit it back out like a shooting fountain. It's no wonder she puked. "This is so nasty, it's hundreds of times worse than mother's cooking." Done with the goofy prank, he decides to just leave the mess for others to clean and took his place back in bed. Within the courtyard of the Wolf Manor, Cece had just finished running out of the guest rooms where she found a quiet corner to throw up. She's still trying to reach down with her fingers to force everything back out from the throat. "Cece." It's exactly then that a familiar voice came from behind. When the lady recognized who it was, she immediately reached out to grab at the man's sleeve. "Brother you, that child, he is the devil, he is the devil." "Cece, what are you going on about?" He frowned and swipes the hand away with impatient clear in his voice. "Brother you, I don't want to be the child's mother anymore, he is a little devil. If I continue then I will go crazy." She's now hissing hysterically like she's about to lose her mind. "I've already informed the king that his son's here. The person will be here soon. What do you expect us to do if we give up on the little prince? Are you trying to destroy our demonic wolf clan?" "The little devil, too." Zhang Yu's tone was strong and powerful, forcing the wolf lady to cower down and not say another word. "Enough, go back and please the boy like you're supposed to. Also, drug his food some more, I want to make him completely obedient to me for use." He orders with a frosted tint in those eyes. Almost sobbing in her voice now, "Brother you, that boy, did he really lose his memories? You think I'm wrong? That drug is something I tested before, there can't be any mistake, nor will he remember anything from before. The young wolf said it with such assurance that he could literally fool himself despite it being a lie. On the other hand, the wolf lady just felt wrong about all this. Sure, she submitted and won't object anymore, but the aching suspicion just won't leave her heart. Then what about the other child the prince brought along? What should we do with him? Don't worry about him, I gave the kid the drug as well just to be on the secure side. He's not going to a hindrance. This left Cece rather puzzled, but why don't we just kill him then, why bother making him only have amnesia? Snickering deviously, did you not see the leopard kid's talent? Our demonic wolf clan is in need of talented people right now. If we have that boy trained, then it won't be that far off before we get a useful pawn. Making an astonished face of enlightenment, the wolf lady now looked on at Zhong Yu with admiration. She's feeling rather ashamed of herself because these are the sorts of things that would never cross her mind. I understand then, brother Yu. No matter how terrible and evil that little devil is, I'll do my best to please him. I'm glad you understand. A heaviness lifts off from the young wolf's heart over that promise. Crossing the hands behind his back like he's some sort of experienced elder, it won't be long now, Cece, our time will soon come and the glory days of our demonic wolf clan will return. Good thing that old man isn't at home, otherwise my plans will be extremely difficult to carry out. He's always so timid and afraid, nothing like me at all. Next couple of days. The atmosphere around the Wolf Manor has completely changed from its previous peaceful nature and became an explosion of commotion. Toying with the wolf lady had only been just the start of the little steambun's devious scheme, he had plenty more to do. First was to burn the entire kitchen down, forcing the household to turn to the outside restaurants for food. Then came the treasury vault here. Just like how he tortured the 3 elders of the Holy Land, Bai Xiaochen directly raided the precious items held in there before completely burning the segment of the manor down to a crisp. There's nothing left by the end of it, only a roasting smell in the air and the charcoal remains of the structure. It's not good, brother Yu. That kid burned down father's treasury vault. Bang! Zhong Yu was just in the middle of enjoying a fine cup of tea at the restaurant when he overheard the panicking cry of the wolf lady. Dropping the porcelain in his hand, what did you just say? That kid burned father's treasury vault? Sweating and anxious in her voice, what should we do, brother Yu? Father definitely won't forgive us once he finds out after returning. Returning from his initial shock after a moment of processing, a ruthless determination flashes in the man's eye. If I can be the king of the demon realm, then what does a few treasure matter? I can gather everything for him again at a later date. The little devil, 3, yes, as long as I become the demon king, then what else can I not get in this world? You don't need to come tell me these things in the future. Oh right, what's the situation with the drug I've tasked you with giving him? Zhong Yu asks after prioritizing which was more important. Biting her lip, I've been putting the drug into his soup every day and made sure he drank it all in front of me. I believe the toxin might be producing some unintended side effect, perhaps that is the reasoning behind his loss of control and violent behavior. Then that's good, he said with a pleased voice. Go back first and keep a close eye on him for the coming days. I don't want the boy making any contact with the outside until we are ready. If he learns of the truth that he's a fox while we're wolves, then it will inevitably cause the boy to suspect something. I understand. Despite the unhappiness plaguing this wolf lady, Cece nevertheless left the restaurant as told. Her only hope now was to get the little devil under control soon, otherwise she might just strangle him in the heat of the moment. Long Town. In the street, Bai Yan's gaze was still scanning the surrounding streets when the wolf lady came strolling out of the restaurant. As a result of the rush and carelessness between both parties, the two had directly bumped heads and crashed into one another, causing them both to falter backwards from the collision. Cece was the first to come back to attention after the initial bump. When she did so, her view was instantly showered with Bai Yan's mesmerizing contour. It's left her speechless and at a loss of breath. Bai Yan also came back to her senses by then, and just like the astonishment portrayed by the other side, she too made a surprised face after checking out Cece's figure. Demonic Wolf Clan. Cece's body quivered at being pointed out. If it was her own kind who saw through her background, then it's still understandable, but everyone here in the secret domain are capable of hiding their scent and aura, making this very abnormal. You are, she asks with a furrowed frown. Controlling her expression, Bai Yan speaks, before I came here First Elder had told me about your clan. He said there are those who've been exiled to the secret domain as punishment and made to guard the place, and your clan is one of those guilty groups, is it not? Giving a pause to think before continuing, is your clan chief called Zhang Chongqing? The demonic wolf clan has always been ambitious even before their banishment, the only exception was this Zhang Chongqing. As a result, the person who was still a young lad back then was made the clan chief due to his timid nature. Yes, Zhang Chongqing is the clan's chief and my father. Showing a smile now, Cece felt more at ease since she didn't feel any hostility from the other woman. May I know who you are, miss? I only want to ask you one question. Have you seen Ditsang? Ditsang. Showing surprise on her face, Cece almost questioned her own ears for a second there. Who exactly is this woman to address the Demon King by name? And your relationship to the king? Oh, I'm his wife. Oh, I'm his wife. This sentence was like a heavyweight smash hitter, causing the wolf lady to become disorientated due to this overwhelming piece of information. Is this woman the king's wife, the mother of the prince? What am I supposed to do? The prince is still at home and I'm impersonating the queen. The little devil, for casting her eyes downwards in order to avoid eye contact, my apology, but the king is not at this place. Your Highness should go look elsewhere if you wish to find him. Even if the panic in her eyes were only a glimmer of a flash, it's still not quick enough to escape Bai Yan's sharp attentive gaze. Giving a quiet nod of suspicion, okay, I won't trouble you then. If there's a message from Ditsang though, remember to let me know. When her words fell, she immediately made a turn to walk the opposite way. However, if one paid closer attention, they would easily recognize how slow her footsteps were, unlike before where it's at a pacing speed. Sure enough, when Cece made a run back to inform her accomplice, Bai Yan's head had come around to watch where she went. This demonic wolf clan, something is not right with them. Suddenly, a small hand reaches out and tugs at Bai Yan's sleeve from the side. Looking down, she could see it was a young boy, but that face was as beautiful as any little girl and more. Is what you said all true? You are the demon realm's queen. Blinking that eyelash, the young boy asks with carefulness in his tone. She nods. Do you know something, little boy? Based on the kid's gaze alone, she could already tell he has something to say. Nodding desperately, Little Leopard went right into the important bit. If you are the demon realm's queen, then you are Xiaoqin's mother, right? Clenching up in her heart, Bai Yan instantly grasps onto the child's shoulder because she knew her chance was here. Have you seen Xiaoqin? Where is he? Giving a glance towards the direction of where the wolf lady departed, those people tricked Xiaoqin and I into coming here, then they gave him the drug to lose his memories. Thankfully he didn't fall for their plan. Now they're shamelessly claiming to be his parents. The last bit of that explanation made Bai Yan's fist clench even harder. You say those people? Are you referring to the demonic wolf clan's member? Yes, it is them. Those wolves not only pretended to be Xiaoqin's parents, they also said the demon realm's king is his worst enemy after believing he's lost his memory. Biting his little lip, the boy tightens his grasp around Bai Yan's sleeve like he's afraid she might not believe him. Xiaoqin said he wants to see the king, that's why he stayed at the Wolf Manor. Auntie, can you help get him out of there? I can't just leave him behind. A surge of anger erupts from the woman's chest as Cece and her accomplice came quickly out of the establishment during this timing. When they saw it was Little Leopard standing next to Bai Yan, the wolf lady nearly lost her footing and crumbled to the floor. Zhang Yu didn't do so well either, but unlike the lady, he's more composed and hurried to drag the leopard boy back to his side before making a greeting. Your Highness has traveled far today, please forgive this boy's lack of manners. He's my son's playmate, so he might have done something he didn't mean to. Allow me to bring him back for further education if he's offended you in any way. As much as Bai Yan would love to tear these two scheming wolves apart right then and there, she nevertheless suppressed her inner anger to take the safe route. I disagree there. I find this boy very much to my liking, in fact. Zhang Yu was truly startled by that answer. First giving the teary boy in his hand a stare, then he furrowed his brow into a frown of confusion. This boy also lost his memory because of the drug, there's no way he could have anything to the Demon Queen. Perhaps it's really just that, they're compatible. Bai Yan's fury, 1, since your highness likes it, then I'll take him to visit you in person on another date. He hasn't completely taken control of that brat yet, so it's imperative that he not allow the two to meet. Flickering a meaningful light in the eyes over how the man was trying to hide the leopard boy away. No need, I am getting tired anyways, so why don't I come to your home for a visit, how about that? Dramatically changing in his complexion over that suggestion, Zhang Yu nearly gasped from the huge breath he took in. Queen, my father is not home right now, you coming? That doesn't seem to be right. Why don't we wait until he returns to receive you? Just give him a few more days and he would be able to completely control that little brat. By then not even this the king would be able to do anything, let alone this human woman. And if, narrowing her eyes in, a frosty curve forms around Bai Yan's lip, I must come. All white in the face, Zhang Yu gnashes his teeth and stands firm. Queen, I respect you because of your position. Do you really think the demon realm is controlled by you? Nothing but a human. Do you think your status will be there if it wasn't for the fact that you gave birth to the prince? Due to the demonic wolf clan's inability to leave this secret domain, their members have no way of knowing the true circumstances regarding the outside world, nor do they know of Di Tsang's edict from before. So you're implying that you're not allowing me to enter the wolf manor? Bai Yan sneered as she approached the two wolves with that dangerous figure of hers. Under that pressuring aura, Zhang Yu instinctively cowered and stepped back as well to keep distance. He may not understand why he's feeling so stressed, but that body of his doesn't lie. It's fear he's sensing and it's telling him to back off. Queen, please go back, he says after much difficulty. That was the last straw for the leopard boy. Breaking free from the hold, little leopard quickly ran to Bai Yan's side and stared viciously at the two wolves. You two are bad people and kidnapped Xiaoqin. Auntie, they are the ones who locked away Xiaoqin, you must save him. That outcry from the boy completely scared the daylights out of the two across from them. Practically screaming now, Zhang Yu loses his act and snaps back. What nonsense are you talking about? I am not talking nonsense. A pang of anger erupts from the kid's face. Auntie, let's go find Xiaoqin, we can save him together. Pulling at Bai Yan's hand, he had wanted to lead her to the wolf manor when Zhang Yu suddenly attacked. The fist from the treacherous wolf was aiming straight for the boy's face, a spot where it would kill based on the level of power infused in that punch. Fortunately, there's a guardian angel around. Bai Yan's fury, 2, Cece, you go back first. He coughed dryly as he gave that command. Despite her own worry still, the wolf lady didn't argue with Zhang Yu's order and ran for the manor. Towards this maneuver, Bai Yan didn't fret, only picking up the leopard boy in pursuit from behind. The wolf man saw this, of course. He knew he had to do something despite his own injuries, hence the swinging punch he made at her. Sadly, this was a huge mistake on his part because Bai Yan's reaction was just as fast and in the form of a counter kick. This sent the bastard flying over 10 meters away this time around and made that stomach vomit blood like a fountain. Scram! After leaving that remark, Bai Yan immediately continued her chase for Cece, leaving only the unconscious wolf man in the background. Wolf Manor. Within the courtyard, Bai Xiaoqin was currently snickering with cunning as one of his fingers illuminated itself with a spark of blue flame. Where should I set fire to this time? He mutters carelessly as his free hand rubbed that little chin of his. The maids and servants were all kneeling before him by now with shivering motion. They just couldn't believe this lovely-looking child to be such a little devil. Master Xiaochen, please don't set fire anymore, otherwise you will burn the whole manor down at this rate. Curving that smile into a cunning smirk, Bai Xiaochen deliberately makes a disapproving face. You will not let me go out to play, and now you won't let me set fire. What am I supposed to do here then? I'm bored and have nothing to do. Master Xiaochen, the one who won't let you go out is your father Master Yu's decision. It's dangerous outside. If we let you run around, then those people who injured you will inevitably find you again. The maid quivered and attempts to persuade him with that point. Huffing a snort, if you won't let me go out to play, then don't get in my way. If you do, then I'll burn you along with whatever I want to burn. The maids and servants quivered once again over that threat and exchanged various glances of fear between themselves. In the end, they stepped back and left the boy to his own bidding. Xiaochen. Suddenly, a panicked voice came from rear side door right as the devilish kid was about to set another fire, causing that little face to collapse from disappointment. What do you want this time? These days he's been really annoyed whenever this wolf lady came over. It's like she's a heckling bat, constantly bothering him during his pranks. Xiaochen, come with me. Cici reaches out and wanted to pull the boy along despite not asking for permission or giving reason. This angered the little steam bun, of course, which he avoided by sliding to one side using a quick step. Normally the lady would question why the supposed amnesia kid would react this way, but time was urgent and she didn't have time to dwell on the matter. Not knowing what to do, Cici did what came to mind and tried again to no avail. Listen to me, Xiaochen, those people who harmed you is coming, we must go into hiding to keep you safe. Now hurry and come with me. I am your mother, so I won't hurt you. She explains with panic showing all over that urgent face. Now that news wasn't bad at all, in fact it made Bai Xiaochen light up with Li in the eyes, for he knew what's coming. Is Batty father here? Pretending to be puzzled, you said those people harmed me, but there's no hatred between me and them, so why would they hurt me? Stumped by the logic, Cici began to ramble on the only idea that could sprout from that airhead brain of hers. That's because they found you cute and cuddly. They wanted to steal you away from me and your father, but we refused. How can we abandon you, Xiaochen? That's when they got furious and attacked. They wanted to destroy you because they couldn't have you. Bai Yan's fury. 3, is it? Bai Xiaochen's eyes were full of laughter after hearing that defensive excuse, but it didn't even compare to the beaming face he showed after catching a glimpse of that lovely red figure slowly descending from the air. Mother. Likely due to not being aware of the person that has landed behind herself, Cici actually believed the little rascal was calling out to herself and became warmed by the thought. It couldn't be helped, after this little devil came to their home things haven't been the same. It's downright chaotic and a mess. It looks like my efforts have paid off. This little guy now knows what's best for him and accepted me in his heart. Just when Cici was getting jubilant over that idea, Bai Xiaochen had already shirked off her hands to run past towards the doorway. This left the wolf lady completely frozen there. Stiffly turning around with those fingers still hanging in the air, what came into her view was Bai Yan's gorgeous contour. Before either of the girls could say another word though, Bai Xiaochen had already thrown himself into those arms. Mother, I miss you so much, how come you didn't come find me earlier? Is it because Batty father won't let you come? Compared to his previous cunning appearance, the little steam bun was now portraying a pitiful and sad face, like he's been greatly wronged. It couldn't be helped. In the little guy's mind, it's always Di Tsang who's the bad person and the one trying to fight him for Bai Yan's attention. In retrospect, the doting mother here on the other hand was flabbergasted by the first comment coming out of her son's mouth. What did Di Tsang ever do to make our boy think like this? Am I not here now, sweetie? Tightly embracing the little guy, her face dons a warm smile. It's so nice having a son around. Back over at Cece's side, the wolf lady was frozen all over as an uncontrollable panic shook her entire existence due to the dismay growing from within. How can it be? Didn't he have amnesia? Why would this little thing remember his own mother? As reluctant as Bai Xiaochen was about letting go, he did after a long hug. Turning around to face the deceitful witch, his lips had turned into a sarcastic snarl. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you people. Mother's been feeding me various herbs and drugs since I was little, so I'm immune to most poison. The little drug you gave me have no effect. Faltering backwards over that bombshell of a truth, Cece kept shaking her head like this was some kind of lie. No, this can't be. Is he saying that everything is a lie? The amnesia is a lie. No. Why are you doing this, why? She finally understood why the kid's behavior was so abominably horrible. It's because it's all a act. Puckering his lip to one side like it's something obvious, didn't you want to use me to deal with my batty father? If so, then why wouldn't I use you to my advantage? Instead of me going to look for him, it's easier to just sit around and wait. With her finger pointed at the rascal, Cece found her tongue tied there. She couldn't utter a word against him as tear and despair slowly filled those eyes. Son, be good and wait here for me. Leaning downward, Bai Yan gives her boy a peck on the forehead to seal the deal. Bai Yan's fury, for, under Bai Yan's oppressive and nerve-wracking stare, Cece instinctively cowered backwards and became too afraid to meet that gaze. Even worse, the lady had no more room to cower because there's a huge chunk of all behind her back. Exactly then, right as the wolf lady's lost on what to do, her eyes suddenly caught sight of the familiar contour. Brother, you, quickly save me, this boy has been faking it the entire time. What? Trembling in his already injured body, Zhongyu fell over backwards from the loss of balance. He's absolutely white right now as he stared at the little steam bun in incredulous and disbelief. You bunch of dummies think I will be schemed against with your level of intelligence. I only used your plan to my advantage. Thankfully it's useful and mother came to find me like I thought. Despite the disastrous and destructive acts he's done so far, like setting fire and stuff, he's behaving like a little angel while in Bai Yan's presence. How? How can this be? It's over, it's all over. I should have listened to father's words and kept to the stable life here. If I did, then none of this would be happening. Now not only will I be killed, my entire clan will also fall with me. Bang! With a sudden swinging kick, Bai Yan directly knocked Cece over when the lady showed signs of stepping back. It's excruciatingly painful for the wolf lady to be attacked so heavily and without indication. Sadly for her, Zhongyu seems to have no intention of saving her despite the bleak appearance. To the man, he only wanted to flee right now and save himself at this point. But right as the wolf man's about to sneak away while everyone's attention was preoccupied by his companion, Bai Yan abruptly shoots a glare behind herself and sends a beam of force into the man's ankle. And as if that wasn't enough to subdue the bastard, a powerful aura had come down from the front, crushing him and pressing that body down like a mountain. While Bai Yan and Bai Xiaochen both noticed this behavior at the same time and looked over, the kid only showed an astonished face when his eyes fell upon that silvery-haired figure. However, the woman herself was a different story. When the husband and wife met and made eye contact, it was the male who first made a surprised look before turning it into anger. So, for a moment, those who are being suppressed actually thought there's a chance for them to live based on Ditsang's reaction. This was especially true for Zhongyu and Cece. Perhaps the relationship between the king and queen isn't so good after all, otherwise why else would he be so mad? Is it Di Shaowan? Asked the man with seething flames spewing out of that tongue. He's furious and didn't remember to catch his breath when speaking. Startled on her face, what? Bai Yan's fury, 5, is it Di Shaowan who told you? Is it her who found a way for you to come here? I just knew it's going to be her when it comes to these things. When I get out of here, I'm going to break her leg as punishment. The anger was now seething out of Deetsong's voice when he spoke, making him practically losing control. That stinking girl knows damn well how dangerous this place is. How can she let Yen Yen come? I'm going to make sure she learns not to cross the line again. Bai Yen narrows her eyes in over that mutter. Xiaochen lost contact and you didn't tell me? And what of it that it's Xiao Wan who told me? If it wasn't for her, I would still be in the dark. I knew it. This time I will make sure to beat her till she learns. While the man grinds his teeth in frustration, Bai Yen only snickered a laugh at her husband's childish behavior and reached over to choke him by the collar. In this moment all of the demons and people were dumbfounded by what they saw. How noble is the king? He's someone who would beat the princess if he wants. How can this human woman be so daring to treat the king in this way? It couldn't be helped that they would be so shocked. These demons stationed inside the secret domain have never left their homes for a long time now. It's normal for them to lack the latest news regarding the relationship of this pair from the outside. Deetsong. Bai Yen spoke with flair all over her face. Who did you say you were going to tie up and beat? By now Deetsong's anger has mostly dissipated due to his wife's harsh voice. Then after some thought, he decides to answer honestly upon weighing the pros and cons of lying. Di Xiao Wan. In response to that answer, Bai Yen only started to chuckle menacingly. It's nerve-wracking, making even Deetsong feel uneasy. Yen Yen, there's a lot of celestial rank people here in this secret domain. Out of worry for your safety, that's why I forbade Xiao Wan from. You shut up. Bai Yan's yell instantly made the man shut up that lip. I'm going to ask you one last time. Who did you say you were going to hang up to beat? I only wanted to, but before he could finish that sentence with his sister's name, Bai Yan's expression had already turned dangerously dark, causing Deetsong to change his wording right away. I want to hang myself to beat. Only then did Bai Yen smile and pat him on the shoulder. Now that's good. In front of you, I am always very good. May your hubby here know if you will reward me with a daughter. That will depend on your performance. Bai Yan's smile grew even deeper. Although she failed to keep the promise between her and the demon princess and allowed Deetsong to know of the fact, but what's so hard about protecting that girl? I am always good. Do you want to see for yourself tonight, Yen Yen? A rosy smile evokes out of the man's lip while his voice whispered into the woman's ear. Bai Yan's fury, 6, sweeping his eyes over to the wolf couple, Bai Xiaoqin's mouth immediately puckered to one side like a little kid. These people lied to me and claimed to be my family. They also gave me some sort of drug that is supposed to make me lose my memories. If not for mother feeding me all sorts of medicine since I was little, they might have succeeded in their plot. Deetsong's expression began to grow menacing and dark when listening to the whole story. It's not the same type of outcry he made when talking about the demon princess, rather it's the silent type that sends chills down anyone in the near vicinity. Naturally, the target of his ire was the wolf couple on the floor that's currently drenched in sweat due to the pressure they felt. Deetsong, do you want to do the deed or should I do it myself? Bai Yen also chimes in with a menacing voice of her own just then. Of course I will handle these troublesome wolves, there's no need for you to deal with such small matters, Yen Yen. The Demon King glares down at the kneeling couple, his voice grim with the tone of a swinging bat at everyone's heart. The demonic wolf clan is wild with treasonous thoughts, daring to threaten their prince is an unforgivable sin. From this day forward, I never want to see them around again. Yes, King. The demons that arrived with the man echoed their response like howling beasts, their voices loud and clear as it roared across the sky. Zhongyu became paralyzed through everything. He had wanted to seek his father for help after making his escape and abandoning his wife, but it seems even that little hope was now squashed. Yen Yen, my subordinates will clean up this mess in our stead, let's go home shall we? Deetsong suggests. Let's go home shall we? Tightly holding her son's hand, Bai Yen finally reveals a lax smile after coming to this domain. All right, let's go home. Mother, wait. Bai Xiaochen suddenly pushes the woman's hand away and ran over to the leopard boy's side. With a bright smile, little leopard, you come with us as well. The shy kid bit his own lip like he's uncertain. Nevertheless, he eventually spoke with carefulness in his voice. Can I? Yes, you can. There are many demons living in the demon realm, and no one will dare to hurt you there. I also have a cute little sister I want to introduce you. The little steambun kept holding on to his friend's hand when he said all that. He's sincere and showed not a hint of lie on his outer appearance. Okay, little leopard finally nods. I want to leave with you. Ecstatic now in his mood, Bai Xiaochen drags his friend over to Bai Yan's location and began to sparkle in his big blue eyes. Mother, little leopard is a good friend I met while staying in this secret domain. I got injured and it was he who helped me. Can we take him away with us? Ruffling her boy's hair over how cute he's acting, Bai Yan just couldn't resist a chuckle. Of course, as long as you are happy, my son. That's great. Hugging the woman's leg after getting the approval, Mother, I miss you so much during these days, let's not separate again. Okay, we won't separate again. How could Bai Yan not miss her boy during this period? If not to exercise and help improve this little fella's ability, this doting mother would have long came on her own. Meanwhile, to one side, Di Tsang was currently stretching his face downwards from displeasure. Why do I feel like I'm only an extra whenever this little rascal is around? Yen, I see your mental condition is not very good. Let me take you back so you can rest first, okay? Bai Yen smiled deeply at the tentative care. I don't know what's going on, but I've been very tired lately. It's good to have a rest like you suggest. Bai Yan's fury. 7. Even if she's a celestial rank cultivator, Bai Yen still requires rest like any ordinary person if they're tired. Sure, going for several months as a practitioner wasn't a big deal if they absorbed the natural energy in the air, but that would only alleviate the body's hunger and fatigue for an undetermined period of time. In the end, everything in existence requires rest no matter their strength or power. It's been like that for a while already. Nervously grabbing his wife's hand, Di Tsang's expression was filled with unease. Are you sick? Do you want me to check your pulse for a checkup? Bai Yen couldn't take it anymore and bursts out a chuckle at that frantic appearance. Are you silly or something? Us cultivators are physically strong and would rarely get sick. Ever since I broke through to the king rank several years ago, I have never gotten sick again. Just like how she doesn't need to eat, any virus or bacteria would be incinerated as soon as they come into contact with Bai Yan's body, hence the reason why ordinary folks would say cultivators look like gods because of the halo glow coming out of their pores. What's more, this lady was already at the celestial rank, a genuine person who have stepped into the realms of what they could call a demigod both in terms of lifespan and strength. But, out of consideration for Di Tsang's worried heart, she nevertheless sighed and began to examine her own pulse. Next second later, her face froze like she's seen a ghost. What's wrong? Finding the increasingly tenseness in the air, the Demon King gulped and asked again like he couldn't control his own tongue. He's trembling and downright fearful of what the final answer would be. Please, Yen, are you okay? You must tell me if you are sick. Inhaling deeply, Bai Yen took a moment to gather her composure after closing those eyes. Then with a trembling voice of her own, I'm pregnant. Yes, during the recent days, she's been incapable of focusing entirely like how she used to in the past. Whether it be making a breakthrough, or refining the Dan pills back at the Holy Land, everything was done with a sense of reluctance due to her mood. Bai Yen assumed it was due to the fatigue, of course. She did run around a lot recently. What she didn't expect though was this news of herself being pregnant. To be clear, it's not that this woman was being careless about her own health. During the first pregnancy when she carried Bai Xiaochen in her tummy, Bai Yen would always feel stuffy and with a loss of appetite. Now this time there's none of that, so of course she wouldn't think in that direction. What did you just say? Deetsang didn't move, only standing there like a statue while his expression produced all sorts of colors like a rainbow. Ecstatic. Excitement. Disbelief. Regardless of what his emotions were over this explosive news, the Demon King only knew one thing, and that was he's going to be a father again. He couldn't be around during his wife's first pregnancy, but now he has a chance to make it for it. Bai Yan suddenly pats her own forehead with an upset face. I'm already 3 months into my pregnancy. If I match it up with the timing, it should be our first night together. Thank goodness I was able to withstand the lightning strikes when I made a breakthrough several days ago, otherwise this child would have been hurt. If she had known about her own pregnancy, then this lady would have made preparations ahead of time so the baby doesn't get affected. While the soon-to-be mother of a second child felt annoyed at her own carelessness, the father in this case only stood there with a goofy grin on that face. It's quite apparent this man still hasn't come back to his senses. Mother, it's then Bai Shuchen pokes his little head over. Am I going to have a little sister? Bai Yan knocks the boy's head with her knuckle. And how do you know it's going to be a sister? I've told you before already. I had a dream, mother. I dreamt about my little sister. Although I didn't get a good look, but I'm certain it's my sister, a lovely and sensible sister. She's going to be the most beautiful little princess in the world. Bai Yan's fury ate, in Bai Shuchen's mind, his sister would naturally be the best. Even if he exhausted all the adjectives in the vocabulary, it would be far from sufficient to depict his sister's excellence. Yen. Not letting the mother and child to continue, Deetsang suddenly exclaims after coming back to reality and firmly pulled his wife into his arms. Nearly trembling in his voice due to the overwhelming joy, this is the best gift you could give me. From now on and into the future, me and our son will do everything to keep our daughter and you from any danger. We won't let any harm come your way. Like a good little supporter, the little steambun hurriedly nod in agreement. I am a man now. I will protect mother and my little sister. I won't let anyone harm you. Raising a hand to rub her still flat belly, Bai Yan's heart naturally melted away due to this pair of important males in her life. Back when she first gave birth to Xiachen, she was alone and up in the mountains with no one to help her during labor. At the time, she vowed to protect the newborn life no matter the circumstances, but now, perhaps it's because of Deetsang's presence, or her boy's promise, but she never felt so happy due to the strange feeling tingling inside. What's the phrase? She's not alone anymore. Yes. She's no longer alone. She has a family that would go through hardship and share in the happy moments with her. Congratulations, sire, congratulations to the future princess. Deetsang's followers all kneeled again, their heads showing joy as well at the future baby that would come into this world. For the sake of our daughter, the attack on the celestial realm will need to be pushed forward. I will definitely give you and our daughter a peaceful world to live in, the proud man vows. I believe you. She believes in him, and believes that day wouldn't be too far off. Spirit Realm. Within a luxurious manor, Spirit Lord He Fei Xiang was currently staring down at a group of men whose strength are comparable to those of the celestial rank. However, the aura they gave off were somewhat unstable and odd in comparison to the real deal. Everyone, I'm sure you've all heard about my son's death at the hands of those animals in the human world not long ago. You're all gathered here today because I want to make an announcement. I've gotten word from a reliable source that Demon King Deetsang is currently not inside the demon realm. Curving those lips into a dark menacing grin, without their king, those animals are not a threat. As for that demon princess, the girl only knows how to play and wouldn't be able to stand up against us, so... Narrowing his eyes in now, his voice grew cold and frosty. I've made my decision. Everyone is to follow me to attack the human world. I must get my hands on that miracle. By then, I won't even need the secret method in my possession to produce these fake celestial rank cultivators. Afterwards, that whatever demon king will fall like all the rest. Your subordinates will follow and obey. The crowd complied by making that answer like a booming speaker. Good. Chuckling like a snake, we will head out at the next light. I want the human world to be turned upside down. This time he won't just take the miracle, he's also going to get revenge for his boy that died out there. Regardless of those people being involved or not, it doesn't matter to this spirit lord, they are all going to die. Yes, my lord. Pleased by the loud response, Fei Xiang didn't say more and turned for the room behind himself. However, unbeknownst to this arrogant man, a certain lady has been eavesdropping on the entire gathering event. It's Lu Qingyu, the spy sent by Bai Yan. Right now this lady of the spirit realm was looking terribly pale because this information must be passed on immediately. Once she figured no one was paying attention, the woman promptly made a run for the outside. Bai Yan's fury, 9, Elder June. Lu Qingyu cries out to her trusted follower as soon as she's made it to her residence. There's sweat pouring out of her forehead as she spoke. Things are not good. Miss, what's going on? Getting up from his chair, Elder June appears puzzled by the frantic appearance of the lady. That man, he intends to attack the human world in person. I can already see the calamity and the destructive image. Go now, go inform the mistress. She must hide as far away as she can. Father's strength has reached the middle level of the celestial rank, so no one is his enemy now. If he really is set on a person, then there's no escape. The most urgent task is to let Bai Yan find refuge in the demon realm, only there will she have a chance. I understand then, milady, I will make a trip to the human world right away. Elder June didn't delay and began to walk towards the main exiting passage. However, right as the senior finished opening the door, he was shocked to find 2 guards already standing outside blocking his path. Elder June, miss, we've been ordered by the spirit lord that none is allowed to go outside. Please return to your residence. No one is allowed to go outside. Getting cold in her tone, Lu Qingyu lashes out by raising her voice, outrageous. I'm sending Elder June out to buy me some goods for me, why are you not allowing him to go outside? Miss, this is the spirit lord's order, please forgive us. Despite the guard taking to the knee when explaining, the tone they gave was neither humble nor respectful. Now she's starting to sweat due to the panic she felt. Grinding her teeth in frustration, I said it already, I'm only sending him out to buy me some goods, he will be back very soon. Now move aside and make way. Sadly, the mildly veiled threat in the lady's voice didn't make these 2 guards budge and remain like a mountain. It's no secret that Fei Xiang had recently given this lady great commanding power, but the spirit lord remains to be the head of this realm. The man's order comes first before everyone else, including the man's own children. Miss. Seeing how Lu Qingyu's about to lose control on the suppressed anger, Elder June knew he must intervene. Pulling at her arm, he spoke just loud enough so the 2 men could hear, it's only a small thing, we can buy it later anyways. That done, he immediately gave a signaling wink indicating they should move out of sight before further discussing the issue. It's definitely a smart move by the senior. If they had forced the matter and demanded to leave, then it would surely arouse the suspicion of the spirit lord. By then, not only would it not help the problem, it would only draw unwanted attention. Fine, huffing a long breath, the lady turns without looking back, we're going back inside. While the 2 occupants left of their own volition and didn't show any indication worthy of suspicion, the 2 guards still gave a distrustful stare in that direction. Then with a wave, they called for a 3rd person to come over and muttered something secretive into the newcomer's ear before running off again. Back inside her room again, Lu Qingyu paces back and forth. What should we do now, Elder June? If something happens to the mistress, then no one can help us. At the beginning she was still unwilling to submit due to her own proud nature, but now, she has long understood the only one that could help in her mission of taking down that man was none other than Bai Yan. Bai Yan's fury, 10, what's more, Lu Qingyu's voice stalled for a moment, if she dies, we won't be able to live either. After returning to the spirit realm, this lady had more than once tried to remove the poison in her own system. Sadly, regardless of her effort, she couldn't lift it. This also proves that their life was now firmly tied to Bai Yen as a person. If she lives, they live; if she dies, they die. This won't do. I must save her. Miss, we'll try to leave the spirit realm again during the night. However, if we leave this time, then we won't be able to come back again. The senior sighs over their own future. It's exactly as Elder June claims. If they leave now, then it's indicative of their crime, meaning they would become wanted throughout the spirit realm. Returning would be a death sentence. Lu Qingyu didn't speak as her body quivered so slightly at the thought. She's contemplating what to do right now, for the final decision lies with herself. Undeniably, the lady doesn't hold much affection for this spirit realm and would love to see it perish. However, this place, there are too many memories of her and her mother together. Elder June, a bittersweet smile comes out, but what choice do we have other than that? If mother was alive, then I'm sure she would also hope for me to leave this wretched place. To be free and to be not bound by the restraints provided by this forsaken realm. Closing her eyes, a pang of pain surfaces from the girl's appearance. Miss, the senior's expression also showed pain after hearing that. Do you want to visit the madam again? Shaking her head, no, that will only arouse the man's suspicion even further. We will leave tonight as you suggested. Raising her head, she then looks upward to the open blue sky. Maybe this will be the last time I see this picture again. Night time. Dressed in a clad of black, Lu Qingyu and her accomplice were silently running through the courtyard until they reached the exit again like this morning. Giving Elder June a signal, they swiftly came behind and attacked, removing the two guards without any sound or struggle. However, right as the two issued a breath of relief at their own success to remove the obstacle, countless torches instantly lit up around them, surrounding the pair and cornering them to the spot. Lu Qingyu froze over in that moment. Stiffly turning her head around, the picture of Hu Fei Xiang immediately came into view. Father. Trembling in her voice, there's white all over that face as the sweat soaked the lady's dark clothing. My good daughter, where are you going when it's this late? Asked the spirit lord in a calm manner. Twitching nervously in the corner of her mouth, I noticed a jade hairpin the other day and didn't bring enough money. Then when I sent Elder June to go get it for me this morning, these guards forbade us from leaving. That's why I want to sneak out tonight to buy it. Are you going to buy a hairpin or to go give those humans word of our invasion? Hu Fei Xiang sneered and approached his daughter with dangerous air. I've been thinking about it ever since the last assault. Do we have a traitor among our mix? But you know, our spirit realm isn't a place where ordinary people can leave and go as they please. That leaves you as the main suspect. Cackling now like an evil overlord, you know why I called a meeting out in the open today. It's to set you up. I wanted to see if you will really fall for the bait I set. Elder June's death. 1. Hu Fei Xiang stopped coming closer. Instead, he now made a disappointed look on his face. Whether or not it's genuine was another story though. Oh, how I wish none of this is real. Your brother and sister were both killed by those demons, now you are my only daughter. What are you not satisfied with? In the future this spirit realm will be yours, yet you would betray me for those inferior insects. The more he spoke, the gloomier his mood became until it's hit rock bottom. The man won't deny he's been giving this daughter of his the cold shoulder over the years and neglected the girl's mother during the final moment, but he's never hit or scolded the girl at all. What reason does she have to hate him as so? It just didn't make any sense to this spirit lord. By this point Lu Qingyu had already recovered from her initial stiff appearance. Instead of panicking or begging for mercy, this spy only showed a bleak smile of pain when she snapped back. And did you forget how my mother died? It was because of you. She was killed by you. Do you think she would have fallen into depression and died from a broken heart if it hadn't been for your heartless cruelty? Eventually tears began to swell out of the lady's eye and trickle down that flushed face. even in death you still won't see her. And me, you won't even allow me to take on your surname after I was alone. I hated you for what sort of cruelty you've shown me and my mother. Is it because my mother got that incurable disease and became ugly? Is that it? Because she's not beautiful anymore that you would abandon her and me? Fei Xiang's expression had grown incredibly ugly right now. Yes, he stopped caring about the girl's mother because of that disease which made the woman age and become an old hag. But it's not like he's going to shout this truth out for the world to judge. So for that you would betray me? Would kill your own brother? Losing any sort of disappointment from the eye after remembering his son's death, the Spirit Lord now got all red in the face like he's staring at the enemy instead of his own blood. Snickering with sarcasm in her voice, "Brother. That kind of person is not fit to be my brother. From young to old, that person had constantly abused me. If it wasn't for my inability to challenge you, then I would have killed that so-called brother long ago." Gently closing his eyes like he's coming to terms, Fei Xiang eventually opened them again but with a sharp glaring light in them. It's that of a blade shooting out at its target and slicing through the flesh. Then don't blame me for being ruthless, this is your choice. Someone come, subdue these two traitors and make them pay a heavy price for their actions. Tightly gripping his hand until it's a ball, rage stirs from within. Also, I want to make one thing clear. Your mother turning ugly and old is only part of the reason why I stopped caring about her. The main reason is because she's too vicious as a person. She's killed too many of my concubines. If not for her exceptional beauty, I would have long removed her from my harem. Snickering a sarcastic cackle again, as for not allowing you to take on my surname, humph, a tramp that is born of such a vicious woman couldn't be any good, and I was right. You are just like your mother, murdering your own brother and sister with your betrayal. Inhaling deeply like she's suppressing her own indignation, Lu Qingyu forcefully held back the tears because her own pride wouldn't allow it. No matter how vicious I am as a person, I am nowhere close to your level. So what if I killed my own brother? You would kill your own wife, we're not that different. Elder June's death, too, humph. The lady's words sounded very unsavory to the man's ear as he huffed a grunt. Waving his men from behind to move forward, what are you all still standing around for? Go tie this girl up. Yes, milord. Arching their fist, the crowd immediately drew their weapons and rushed over to surround the pair. Elder June's expression had changed to a whiter shade already upon reading the situation. Quickly pushing his mistress behind himself, the senior stands ready in a protective stance. Miss, go. Elder June. Biting her own lip, Lu Qingyu knows what her faithful subordinate meant by that holler. Ever since her mother passed away, this old man has been her only family in this world, and now she must abandon him and flee on her own. Miss, quickly leave. Don't forget you must still avenge the madam. Finding there's no movement behind himself, Elder June cries out for the second time to urge the lady's departure. Slightly trembling with her body, tears finally poured out of the woman's tear duct when she realized for the first time how big and broad that old senior's back truly was. Never in her life did Lu Qingyu feel so helpless and ashamed than now when she turned to run. Want to go? Fei Xiang sneered and pounced with his full might in pursuit. However, right as he's about to make contact, a powerful surge of power suddenly explodes out of Elder June's body and created an invisible wall around the area, blocking everyone from leaving. None of you are allowed to touch the lady as long as I'm here today. That year it was the madam who saved him from a lethal injury, and it was from that day he swore to forever serve that amazing female. Now that the madam was dead, it's natural that his vow would fall onto the lady. Regardless of his own fate, he must uphold his own oath and protect the madam's blood. Standing with stoic posture, Elder June becomes engulfed in a blazing flame that seems to be fueled by the air itself. Are you mad? Fei Xiang goes pale from the sight. You're burning your own soul to forcibly enhance your strength, is that really worth it? For the sake of the lady, everything is worth it. The senior's tone was as firm as ever. He's unshakable and unyielding in this matter. Ha ha ha. Snarling with a heavy grin, and you think your sacrifice will be enough to save that little tramp? Even if you exhaust your soul, you are still no match for us. What can a brief moment of delay do to stop us? Without the Demon King's protection, the human world is nothing. By then Lu Qing, you will also die in vain along with those insects. One could literally hear the gnashing of teeth when the Spirit Lord spelled all that out. Although it's as the person says, Elder June stood no chance against the foes presented before him despite the sacrifice, but the flames from his burning soul were deadly scary even to the strongest of the bunch. The only flaw was the time frame. A soul could only fuel the forbidden technique for so long. Once depleted, it's all over, and all the Spirit Lord and his goons had to do was wait here. Firm and expressionless still on his face, the spirit realm will eventually perish, pity though the madam is buried in this dreadful place along with you bastards. No matter, I'm sure the lady will return one day and transfer her grave to a happier location. Perhaps his own remark had brought back the memory of that beautiful and proud woman, but Elder June's pale face was now showing a deep smile that could only be found in someone that truly held deep emotions for another. Elder June's death. 3. Quit dreaming. Making a crunching noise from his fist, one could literally see the veins popping across He Fei Xiang's flushed face. My spirit realm will never perish. Ha ha ha. Breaking out into hysterical laughter, Elder June's madness reverberates across the darkness as the tears slowly trickle down his cheek. The reasoning. It's because the old man could already see the person whom he longed for all these years. It's his former mistress. She's beckoning him to cross over to the other side with that smile. A clear sign his life has come to an end. Sadly, before this faithful follower could reach out with his old hand to grasp onto that illusionary shadow, it was too late. Right before those fingers could make contact, his body began to disintegrate and wash away by the bristling breeze of this cold night. Before anyone knew, his entire existence was gone. It's as if he never existed in this world. Back over at Lu Qingyu's side, the lady was still in the middle of fleeing through the thick forest when her heart felt something snap and made her stop on the spot. Turning her head around, her eyes dilate in horrific sadness. Elder June. Tears wouldn't stop dripping down her beautiful face. She's quivering instead of openly crying her hearts out, all because she's afraid of drawing attention from anyone that might be lurking nearby. After a long while, the lady finally stopped whimpering and grew hard and cold in the face. Don't worry, Elder June, I will one day avenge you and make these people turn to dust for what they've done. Giving one final glance at the light that's quickly drawing closer, Lu Qingyu didn't hesitate anymore and sprinted for the darkness and away from the source of her sorrow. Moments after the girl fled, several celestial rank masters promptly landed on the spot, their gaze sharp as they scanned the area. If we're not wrong, the mist should have fled in this direction. The Lord's order, her ladyship must be exterminated on sight. Despite her will and effort, it didn't take long for Lu Qingyu to notice the powerful auras that's rapidly closing in on herself. Bracing her nerves, the girl runs even harder until it's hurting on the chest. I'm almost there, just a little bit more and I will be at the border of the demon realm. I will be saved once I get there. Finally, the sight of the huge gate signaling her salvation was in sight. Flashing a joyous look, the lady decides for who knows whatever reason to turn around again to take another peek behind her back. That's when her soul felt like it's been ripped out of her flesh. The reasoning. It's because the pursuers are now firmly right at her back and only needed several more leaps to overtake herself. The shock of discovering how close her pursuers are definitely affecting the lady here. Right before contact, Bai Yan's dainty fingers had clamped down at that fist, causing the torrent of energy to disperse and left Zhang Yu flabbergasted at the suddenly dispersal. The wolf man looks up in shock. Isn't she a human? Human beings are weak, how can she? Zhang Yu tried several more times to muster up his powers then, but it's to no avail. He's been firmly locked away by Bai Yan's control. And then... boom! In an explosion of force, Bai Yan directly sends a punch of her own as retaliation to the wolf man. This resulted in Zhang Yu shooting outwards like a soccer ball until he lands on the passing crowd. Though he didn't suffer any major damage from the fall, but the punch definitely left a heavy dent in his chest. Cece on the other hand was now gasping from the side. She's horrified by what she saw and didn't know what to do. Elder Jun's death. 4. Lu Qingyu was on her last leg at this point. She still hasn't managed to make those people pay the price, nor has she been able to avenge Elder Jun's death yet, so how could she die here? Bang! Striking preemptively, she didn't want to die here today. Sadly, before the lady's fist could connect with the old man's chest that was coming at herself, the person had caught the strike mid-flight. Then almost immediately, a soft palm taps against her own belly and sent Lu Qingyu flying several meters back away. By the time she landed on the ground again, blood was constantly spewing out from the woman's mouth due to the injury. Despite this, she insisted on trying to stand up right away. However, the second she struggled to push herself, that's when the sharp pain stung the girl's innards, causing her to lose the air right out of her lung. Am I going to die today? In her desperation and iron will, Lu Qingyu finally got up again. With her best effort, she limps toward the celestial rank masters that's watching with open indifference to the lady's struggle. Today, even if I must die tonight and be buried on this earth, I still want you all to pass on a message to that old bastard. He will pay for his sins, if not now then in the future, he will. Ha 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 ha. He will pay for his own sins. When crying out the last part of her sentence, the lady had already fallen into a maddening laugh that could raise a person's hair. It's very eerie and creepy. Once she was done with her antics, Lu Qingyu did not intend to run anymore and made a sarcastic smile on that bleak face in anticipation for the oncoming attack. Against this behavior, the pursuers didn't say much, only exchanging a glance among themselves before releasing a glow of green around their fists. They know very well what this girl could do or what she couldn't do. If they so much as slapped her with their current strength, it's still more than enough to kill her on the spot at this point. Who is so bold to fight at the Demon Realm's gate? If you people want to fight, then get lost, disturbance will not be tolerated. From out of the blue, an old and solemn voice rocks the air, deafening those who were unfortunate enough to be caught in its shockwave. Next second later after that statement, an old figure gradually emerges from the void and left the pursuers stunned for a brief moment. They never thought someone from the demon realm would show up here. This is the spirit realm's private business, do not interfere. One of them speaks up after deliberating on what their options are. It's not that they're afraid of the newcomer, they're also celestial rank cultivators of course, but this wasn't the right timing to start a war with the demon realm. At least not in the open yet. Lu Qingyu on the other hand didn't care what her enemies were thinking. In her view, this stranger was her salvation and the light in her eyes immediately began to burn with life. Nearly shouting in her voice due to the excitement, "This demon senior, I am Lu Qingyu, a subordinate of your queen. Please save me." That did it. Right before the newcomer wanted to leave, he stopped after hearing the lady's screaming plea. Turning to stare down at the female, a frown appears on that old face. "Did you just say our queen is your mistress?" Nodding fast to answer, "I've already submitted myself to her before. Her Highness can prove my identity. I beg you, please save me, these people want to kill me." Those pursuers never expected Lu Qingyu would be related to Bai Yan. Exchanging a look between themselves for the second time, they were of the same opinion and that they couldn't wait any longer. Whether this newcomer was dangerous or not, it doesn't matter. Their only mission was to kill the lady and that's exactly what they are going to do. However, right before the group could rush in front to pummel that body to mush, the old senior in the air finally took action. In a flash, he was now in front of Lu Qingyu's presence and blocked off any chance for these men to reap the girl's life. Elder June's death. 5. With a banging sound of explosive nature, the force from the old senior's punch promptly flew towards the nearest pursuer, causing that unfortunate individual to blow apart from the chest area and allowing the blood to spray out like a fountain. As for the remaining two poor fools, they are also too late to flee. Before they could react or know what's happening, a razor-sharp blade that looked like a claw had swiped across their belly, causing their innards to fall out and creating a grotesque scene of gore. Upon witnessing how easily the three had fallen while she herself fled like a frightened rabbit earlier, Lu Qingyu didn't know what else to say. One thing's certain though, she doesn't need to run anymore, nor does she need to fear at this point. Arching her fist to show respect, "Thank you for the generous save, sir. You just said you're our queen servant." The old man furrows the brow as he spoke. "I hope you are not lying to me, otherwise I will make your death even worse than these people." "Do not worry, sir, you will know I'm speaking the truth as soon as we meet Her Highness." Only with that promise did the senior release the frown. "You don't need to keep calling me sir. I am First Elder of the Demon Realm, so you can call me that. By the way, why are these people hunting you?" Lu Qingyu's body quivered for a second upon remembering her goal. That face showing a touch of hate as she spoke. "I am the Spirit Lord's daughter. Not long ago, because I was fed a type of poison, I am now Her Highness's servant." She made no effort to hide the part about her origin. It's true the lady didn't submit willingly at first, but now she's fully on Bai Yan's side. "But Mistress didn't keep me by her side and sent me back to the spirit realm. She wanted me to spy on that man." Of course, the man she's referring to was He Fei Xiang, the Spirit Lord. The girl would never call that man her own father, one because he's not worthy, and the other she hates him to the core. So, when I learned that man was going to attack the human world himself, I conspired with my only follower Elder June to inform the mistress. What me and my follower didn't expect was how devious and sly that man was. He long suspected us and set a trap just waiting for us to fall in. Out of desperation, Elder June sacrificed himself to let me run to this point. Throwing herself to the ground in a bowing posture, her face sobbed with tears. "First Elder, please take me to see my mistress. If we wait any longer then it might be too late." Raising the girl from the floor with his own hands, First Elder didn't rush and explained the issue here. "Her Highness is not here in the demon realm, nor is she in the human world, so you won't be able to see her for now. But you can follow me back to the palace and wait for the queen." "Then what about those in the human world?" "That man already knows of my betrayal, he will surely rush to attack that land. A river of blood will flow if we don't act." First Elder didn't comment on that. "Come back with me first, we will discuss this at the palace and make arrangements." "Okay." Clenching her lip, Lu Qingyu knew this was the best option at the moment. What's more, she's very aware of Bai Yan's relatives being in the human world still, so the demon realm wouldn't ignore their presence. Not wasting any more time, First Elder turned for the gate leading into the demon realm with Lu Qingyu in tow. And thanks to his identity, the demons patrolling the palace didn't stop the pair or check the lady's identity. The whole trip was smooth and unobstructed. However, it doesn't mean the senior would just simply trust a random lady he met in an outing. Right after he left the girl to her own bidding in the room he arranged for her, First Elder immediately called for a palace guard and muttered something into the other person's ear. "Keep a close eye on her." "Yes, First Elder." The guard arched his fist and complied by retreating into the shadow. P1, Elder June's death. 6. It's right as the palace guard was about to leave that he called out again. "Hold on, go call the rest of the elders from the council, I have something to discuss with them." "Yes, Elder." Half a ring later, the other elders of the demon realm have all gathered and were walking through the main entrance. It's obvious they still didn't know what's happening because their faces were filled with smiles. "First Elder, is there a reason for summoning us all?" Softly issuing a sigh at his gathered brothers, First Elder began to explain, knowing this news wouldn't be what they want to hear. "Yes, I got something big to tell you all." His words promptly removed the smiles from their face. "Please don't scare us, First Elder, is something the matter? Don't tell me, are those bastards from the celestial realm attacking? Seventh elder had the smallest courage among the group, so he's the one who spoke with that trembling voice. It's not us here in the demon realm, it's the human world. I've gotten wind that the spirit realm intends to do something big over there, and the queen's family will also be caught up in the mess. I've called you all here because I need you all to be ready. Pausing to let his words sink in, he continues, we will be setting off for the human world in a bit. They could ignore the fate of those unrelated humans, after all, they are denizens of the demon realm. However, Bai Yan's human family have to be cared for, otherwise the king would tear them apart after they return from the secret domain. Understood. Fourth elder also spoke up now after they all confirmed with that cry, First elder, are we heading out right now? Yes, we will go right away. Showing the heaviness in his eyes, First elder seems to have remembered another crucial factor. Also, this matter must be kept secret from the princess. I do not want her demanding to come with us to the human world. The danger is too great to involve the princess. In First elder's opinion, Di Xiaowan's strength still hasn't recovered to the level of prior years. Even if the girl does follow along, she would only be a baggage and cause more trouble than good. Therefore, the optimal choice would be to keep her in the dark. Suddenly, the old senior's ear pricked up like he's heard something. Hurrying to gaze upward, a flash of joy sparkles in his old eye. First elder, what's wrong? Did something else happen? The gathered crowd did not understand the change in their brother's mood and asked in haste. The entrance to the secret domain is open again, His Majesty is likely back. In this demon realm, the only ones capable of opening the domain other than himself would be Di Zhang and State Teacher. Since the entrance was being opened from the other side, it could only mean one thing. That's great, His Majesty is back. The rest of the elders also raised a smile on their faces. In their view, as long as their king was back, then those from the spirit realm would never succeed. Someone come. Making a cough to clear his throat, First elder didn't forget about the anxious lady. Go bring Miss Lu Qingyu to the side hall, I will go meet her in a bit. Confused by his brother's words, Fourth elder attempts to get more detail. Who is this Miss Lu Qingyu? That, she is the daughter of the Spirit Lord. According to her claim, she's the queen's servant. I didn't fully trust her, so I had the girl stay in a corner of the palace under close watch. I don't dare to let her wander around until I can confirm the truth in her words. Shaking his hand to end the discussion, but enough of us talking here, let's go meet the king and queen first. The rest of the elder council didn't object to the idea and followed from behind. They're also of the idea to meet Di Zhang before continuing this conversation. P2, Elder Jun's death, 7, at this moment within a valley, a flash of bright brilliance booms out of thin air and materializes a bronze gate that swung wide open at the same time. Following that was the appearance of a family of 3. The man seductively devilish, the woman blindingly beautiful, and the little kid cuddly and adorable. Together, the trio were almost surreal, like a painting itself when gazed upon. Welcome home, king, queen, and prince. Kneeling on the ground, their voices were respectful and united. As usual, Di Zhang's expression remains as indifferent as ever when he waved his hand to push the group back up from the ground with his power. Did anything happen while I was away from the demon realm? First elder was hesitant to report the various incidents but did so out of loyalty. A lady by the name of Lu Qingyu came tonight and seeks an audience. She claims to be the queen's servant. Lu Qingyu is here. Bai Yan sounded surprised and startled by the news. Did something happen in the spirit realm? Go, bring me to her. Yes, queen. Now that he's confirmed the two ladies' connection, First elder's last bit of unease finally dissipated. He's afraid of bringing a spy or assassin into the fold. If anything happens to the king or queen, then it would be him who's the cause. He would become a sinner. While Bai Yan and Di Zhang headed out to conduct their business, Bai Xiaochen and his little friend was left behind to do their own thing for now. Don't worry, little leopard, there's nothing to be afraid here. I am the prince, no one will try anything. Finding the unease hovering around his friend's behavior, the little steam bun attempts to reassure the boy. It's not that the leopard boy didn't trust the little prince or the influence he wields, but he's always lived alone until now. To come to a place filled with so many of his kind at once, he's just not used to the large company. Let's go, I'll bring you to play at Auntie Suzaku's place. She loves children, so I'm sure she will like you too. Unlike First Elder, who had left the premise in order to lead the couple away, the remaining elders were still here. When they overheard the kids' comment about bringing the leopard boy to meet that great one, it's equivalent to a grenade being thrown in front of their faces ready for exploding. Hurrying to block the kids from going, "Prince, this isn't right. Lady Suzaku hates being bothered by outsiders. I fear she might hurt your friend if you go." Bai Xiaochen immediately puckers his lip up. "How can that be? Auntie Suzaku is great and nice, I'm sure she will like my friend. Come, little leopard, let's go." Without looking back, the leopard boy followed along like a good friend that he was. Since Bai Xiaochen claimed that Auntie Suzaku wouldn't hurt him, then of course he's going to believe him. As if a couple of strangers could change his mind. Finding how the little steam bun wouldn't listen to their advice, the remaining elders all twitched in the corner of their mouth. As much as they would want to stop the tragedy that's going to unfold, blocking the prince was something they didn't have the guts to do. Side hall. Lu Qingyu had been pacing back and forth after being brought over to this location. She's full of urgency on the face when the door swung open and in came that stunning couple whom could wow the world. Mistress. Bang! Not a hint of hesitation, she plops to the ground into a kneeling position, her face full of tears as that shoulder quivered with emotion. "You're finally back," growing serious on the face as well. Bai Yan knew this couldn't be good and asked with sternness, "What happened?" With biting lips, that man is already rushing towards the human world with most of his main fighting force. "Mistress, if we don't do something soon it will be too late." "What?" Trembling from the shock, Bai Yan nearly stumbled over when she took a step backwards. Fortunately Di Tsang was around. Right as the woman's about to tip over, his hands immediately reached around to catch her by the shoulder. Elder Jun's death, 8. It took a long while before Bai Yan could digest the news. "Di Tsang, I want to go back to the Holy Land." "Okay, I'll go back with you," the Demon King softly replies. Gradually, his voice turns cold and menacing. "If those from the spirit realm dare to touch my father-in-law, then their existence will no longer be needed." "You're right, the spirit realm's existence is no longer needed." Agreeing with her man, Bai Yan's frosty face told everyone her sore spot had been hit this time. As a consequence, something drastic and terrible was going to happen. It's then several elders also came in at this moment, making it less complicated for her to give the next order. "First Elder, you gather a force to attack the spirit realm. If there are those who are willing to surrender, then you can lock them into a slave contract. For those unwilling to surrender, you don't need to keep them around. They will pay for trying to touch my family again and again. Furthermore, I have here a bunch of Godhood Dan pills. You and the other elders take one each." Godhood Dan pill. First Elder spoke up due to the doubt they had. "Queen, these Godhood Dan pills can help those at the saint rank break through to the celestial rank in one go and without side effect." After throwing this bomb out there, Bai Yan didn't say more and turned for the exit. However, right as she does so, Lu Qingyu's voice interjects. "Mistress, can they take me too if they're going to the spirit realm?" No response came, but it did make the woman herself stop to listen to the next bit. "Elder Jun died in order to protect me from those bastards. I want to avenge him with my own hands." "Fine, you go with them." After a brief musing, Bai Yan gives the go-ahead. "First Elder, take her with you." She didn't get the full story yet, so the death of that old senior was news to her, and an unexpected one at that. It's true they had been in a dispute when their connection started, but Bai Yan didn't hold any bad feelings for that old man. And undeniably, Bai Yan holds a certain level of responsibility for Elder Jun's death since they only ran for it in order to bring news of the attack. Di Tsang, let's go. After dropping this sentence, Bai Yan completely removes herself from the side hole. Ever since Bai Yan left the human world to rescue her own boy, the Holy Land has been at peace for a while now. Even so, the occupants here didn't relax. Their emotions were still tense, fearing who knows when the people from the spirit realm would attack again. Sure enough, on this bright sunny day, a dragon flying through the sky had shattered this calm with his outcry. Not good. Not good. Those people from the spirit realm are coming again. Everyone hide. Just like the huge fella, the rest of the demons patrolling the Holy Land's grounds promptly broke through the main gateway and scrambled to find a hiding spot. They didn't want to die in vain. How many of them came this time? Lord Chu Ran goes white as well when inquiring for more detail. It's estimated to be about 20 or so. 20 or so. Then that's good. The number isn't too large, we still have a chance to handle this. But, the dragon remains worried, those people are very strong, stronger than the last batch of celestial rank cultivators. What? Chu Ran shuddered from that. What do you mean by that? The 20 or so are all celestial rank cultivators? Elder Jun's death, 9, the dragon nodded while his tone remains unsure. How can we resist with that many celestial rank cultivators? Even if there are Sir Little Rice and Lady Tsing-yi here, we still wouldn't be able to fend off that many. Lord Chu Ran remained silent for a while. Turning to Bai Chang Feng of the medicine sect and the rest, he finally spoke. Since we are all at the celestial rank now, we must shoulder the responsibility. Later when the enemies come, let us go confront them until Bai Yan's return. Maybe we will still have a chance at salvation if that lass comes back. Okay. Bai Chang Feng then turns to the crowd behind himself after giving that confirmation. You all wait here, no matter what happens next, do not come out. After throwing that order down, he left for where the Holy Lord stood without any regret in his behavior. Against this picture, Little Rice could only shake his head in acceptance. Tsing-yi, get on my back, we will also go stop those people. The dragoness didn't object to the idea. In a smooth flip, she was now up on the tiger's back and off they went like the wind itself. Meanwhile over at the main gateway, the two doorkeepers were still standing in their post. Despite the shivering appearance, they didn't leave. One for a sense of duty, the other being Lord Chu Ran still hasn't given them permission. Lo Lord. One of the guards whimpers a cry after Chu Ran and his party came out. The master of this place nodded, understanding what the man wanted to say. Don't worry, go back inside. Remember, no matter what happens, do not come out. Yes, Lord. Needing no further urging, the two loyal gatekeepers immediately turn tail for the inner reaches of the Holy Land. Seeing that everyone has left, Lord Chu Ran then casts his gaze upward until it's staring straight towards the open sky of the morning horizon. Smiling bitterly, I never thought I would be fighting alongside you guys one day. Ho ho, and I never thought I would be Chief Wu Wei's in-law either, Bai Chang Feng chimes in as well. Although I have a lot of dissatisfaction with this old guy, but at least he's trying to make up for it. If my daughter comes back then I guess he would be a good relative. Perhaps it's the moment of death drawing near, but the grudges they held between themselves no longer seem to matter. Instead, their voices are carrying traces of regret. Sighing at the mentioning of his name, Chief Wu Wei also speaks up, I'm sure she will return one day. My son Yan Feng is still waiting for her, you don't need to worry about that. After saying that, the Misty Fairy House's chief then turns to his own wife with gentle care. My love, are you afraid? Jun Tianyu immediately responds with a shake of her head, I am not afraid, the only worry I have is Yan Feng and his brother. If the spirit realm attacks only us then that's that. The thing I'm concerned about is those people slaughtering the rest of the human world. In that case, I fear Yin Feng and them might encounter further danger. For a while, none of the old seniors present knew what to say. They too are worried for the youngsters if they fall today. In contrast, Hualuo and her group of faithful followers didn't speak, only quietly waiting for the enemy's arrival. To these people who were once struggling to survive at the bottom of the feeding barrel, death wasn't something they feared, it's humiliating themselves without putting up a fight. Then, without giving them more time to dwell on or lament the matter, several powerful auras hit the group like a powerful tidal wave. All faces turned a shade whiter as they gazed up to the source in the sky. Elder June's death, 10, in the endless sky, more than 24 figures stands floating there against the bristling breeze. Their eyes are sharp and menacing as they stare down at the defenders of this holy land. He's a middle divine. Xing Yi's complexion changed greatly upon recognizing the power of the leader. What is a middle divine? Bai Chong Feng turns around and asks the dragoness with a furrowed forehead. Take you all for example. Since you only recently broke into the celestial rank, you would be considered bottom divine, then there are the middle divine, high divine, demi-divine lords, and true celestials afterwards in that order. Bai Chong Feng and his peers were all stunned by this news. They did not expect there to be so many variations within a single rank which was non-existent in the previous levels prior. Furthermore, how are they supposed to fight someone that's a whole tier higher than themselves? So it's you insects down there who killed my boy. He Fei Xiang glares down at the group below on the ground, his eyes slowly narrowing into a sharp slit that could shoot daggers if he tried. Little Rice was the first to step forward. I am the one who killed your son, what about it? That bastard dared to cross my mistress and her family, he deserves to die. Boom! Exploding with power, He Fei Xiang completely releases his aura to press down at the tiger. As a result of this feat, Little Rice nearly crumbled into the dirt due to the mountainous pressure. Despite his bones being nearly crushed and making a creaking sound, the stubborn tiger didn't relent and forcefully pushed himself back up through gritted teeth. Little Rice. Going white from this, Xing Yi exclaims and hurried over to her companion's side to help support him. Then with fierceness in her own eyes, glares right back up to the Spirit Lord in retaliation. Humph. He Fei Xiang huffs a grunt upon seeing the resistance. What wrong did my son do? You insects took his life and is still unrepenting, now I will make you all pay for his death. But surprisingly enough, having this many celestial rank cultivators gathered in one place did catch the Spirit Lord off guard. Now it made sense on why his son would perish during the first assault. It looks like I really did underestimate these people. If I had known there are so many variables involved, I never would have sent him along. Your son killed so many innocent people, and he wanted to slaughter the entire continent of its occupants, you're telling me that's not wrong? Xing Yi snickers a laugh of irony at the man's logic. Ha ha ha. The Spirit Lord went mad with laughter at that rebuta, allowing his echoing voice to spread across the entire Holy Land. Nothing but a bunch of insects, as if their lives are comparable to my son's life. He came at my order, he did no wrong. On the contrary, you bunch here are unforgivable. How dare they compare my boy's value to themselves? He's hundreds if not thousands of times more important. Spirit Lord, one of the old elderly attackers spoke up then, I get the sense that they're trying to stall for time. We shouldn't waste any more effort with their nonsense, so let's just kill them. He Fei Xiang nods with indifference at the idea, his bloodshot eyes sweeping through the group beneath. Today this world will know my wrath. I will use the blood of all your lives to honor my son. Lord Chu Ran of the Holy Land knew a battle was inevitable at this point. Taking a deep breath, he draws his long sword and charged for the group of attackers that's also moving for his position after they got permission to begin. Chu Yifeng's return, 1, foolish pig. He Fei Xiang didn't even need to move while up in the air. While he snickered a laugh, a huge shockwave suddenly explodes out of his body and smacks right into Lord Chu Ran's chest, sending the other fella falling right back down to the dirt. Chu Ran! Bai Chang Feng and the others exclaimed with great fright at this scene. The poor man was puking blood like a fountain and they feared he might die at any second. Thankfully the group still had the healing pills Bai Yen left for them and that stabilized Chu Ran's condition after taking one. Not going to bother with the fool who dared to challenge his might, He Fei Xiang returns his gaze over to the tiger. This white tiger killed my son, he will be the first to suffer. As for the rest of you here, I will personally deal with you all afterwards. Oomph. Wiping the blood from the mouth, Lord Chu Ran forces his own aching body up to put up a stand. Even if we all die together today, someone will eventually come avenge us. When that happens, I will have nothing to complain, ha ha ha. Besides, your son's death is inseparably related to me. Said the Holy Lord with a sarcastic tone, if you have the ability then come kill me first, I have never cowered before anyone. The provocation infuriated the Spirit Lord and definitely irked the man's ego. Did you not say you're going to avenge your son? Come on, I'm right here. If you got the ability then come kill me. Chu Ran. Going white in the face, Bai Chang Feng hurries to pull at his peer's arm. Whispering, have you gone crazy? This is not the time to be getting rash and running out on your own. Furthermore, what's with the provocation, you don't want to live or something? Chu Ran smiled bitterly in response, last time my holy land got lucky and the reinforcements from the demon realm came in time, but it's obvious we won't have such luck today. It's as the Holy Lord says. The last time they only managed to bide for time due to the island's barrier. Without that option available, what other choice do they have besides hard resistance? Sure enough, the Medicine Lord releases his grip around the man's arm and made a bittersweet smile of his own. To Bai Chang Feng, he's experienced many dangers over his long lifetime, but to be taken down like this was just sad for him. Turning back up to the old man in the air, Chu Ran continues to make his stand. Come then, I can bear anything you can throw. To this Lord and Master of the Holy Land, he's never feared death. However, if he had anything to say he couldn't let go, it would be his two children. Closing those eyes to reminiscent Chu Yifeng and Chu Yi's face in his mind, the man immediately shoots them back open with absolute determination. Ho ho! The Spirit Lord bit the bait as expected. Snickering with anger, you want to die? Fine, I will oblige your request in full. Boom! In an instant, the man's body transformed into a gushing storm as he swooped downwards for Chu Ran's head. However, despite the Holy Lord not moving and having his eyes closed to anticipate the oncoming punches, nothing came. Seconds later. Finding it to be quite off, Chu Ran slowly opened his eyes again to an unbelievable scene. Chu Yifeng's returned, too. Despite having only that back facing himself, Chu Ran could still immediately recognize who that pristinely white figure was. Feng. Yifeng, he's back. The new entry didn't respond to the name, only staring up to the foe using those frosty eyes that could slice a person if they crossed his path. Bang! Giving a slight shove of force, He Fei Xiang was promptly repelled backwards by several meters in length due to the act. Who are you? The Spirit Lord asks with shock apparent all over that face. This land still has people who can resist my attack. Chu Yifeng. His answer was bland and indifferent, just like someone believing it's a waste of energy to even respond. Chu Yifeng. He is Chu Yifeng. Chief Wu Wei nearly popped his eyes out over that name. He's lived his life out inside the isolated misty fairy house, so it's no surprise that this chief never seen the young man before. So this man in white is that very young man. I've heard he's a real talented person, but isn't this a little too much for mere talent? I don't care who you are, anyone who crosses me today must die. There's fire spewing out of the Spirit Lord's eyes right now when he made another swing at Chu Yifeng's body. Sadly for him though, it was a mistake because the attack did not connect, instead his punch was firmly caught by the young man's own hands. I don't care who you are either, those who trespass onto the Holy Land dies. Following every word from the young man's mouth, Fei Xiang would feel increasingly more uncomfortable, like blood's going to gurgle out of his throat. Next thing the Spirit Lord knew was a sudden sharp rise in the gripping pressure around his own fist. Clack! That's the sound of bone breaking, and it was his. Little Rice didn't miss this at all and sparkled with deviousness. Young lord, these assholes are here to steal my mistress's miracle. They want to hurt my mistress. Boom! A huge surge instantly seeped out of Chu Yifeng's body, causing his whole existence to become dangerously cold. You people are here for Yenner. This time Fei Xiang couldn't hide the panic that's come to grip his heart. The reasoning. It's because this Spirit Lord could tell for certainty this new individual was at least in the middle divine tier or higher. Speak, are you here for Yenner? Chu Yifeng reiterates his question, that tone freezing even to the coldest of terrains. Speaking through gritted teeth, that's right, I'm here for the miracle, what about it? This land never should have had it to begin with. Little Rice only shakes his head over how dumb the foe was for answering. Did you hear that? He's here for the miracle, that means he's here to steal it off my mistress. The troublesome tiger would of course lose the fearful appearance he showed earlier now that a powerful reinforcement was on his side. In fact, he's wiggling that tail and getting all playful and cheeky. Death! One punch, that's all it took for Chu Yifeng to blast the Spirit Lord right back out. The other celestial rank cultivators from the spirit realm naturally wanted to attack after seeing their lord being injured, but Little Rice already expected as such and blocked the men from joining in with his massive size. At the same time, Tsing Yi and the others also began to move because... well, truth was these people aren't all that much stronger than the last batch of attackers if Fei Xiang didn't stand at the forefront. It's quite plausible to come out on top at this rate with Chu Yifeng suppressing the Spirit Lord. Chu Yifeng's return. 3. Chu Yifeng's arrival has completely turned the tide in the Holy Land's favor. Staring down at the old ignorant man below himself, the young man's eyes were full of killing intent as he brandished his long sword for use. I will make sure you regret ever going after her, now die. With a cry, he stabs the blade straight into the Spirit Lord's right eye, causing the foe to let out an excruciating scream of agony. Chu Ren almost cried out as well to the side after watching his son's outburst. He's very sour right now, this stinking boy only knows how to chase after a girl's skirt, what about his old man here? I am the father. I should be the first order of concern. At the same time over at the outskirts of the Holy Land, Bai Yan and Bai Xiaochen was hurrying over to the epicenter when they overheard the sharp screeching cry of the Spirit Lord. It's painful and eerie to even their ears from afar. Startled at first, Bai Yan immediately turned to her own husband that's tailing her but, Di Tsang, take me over there right now, I need to go. Okay. Without objection, Di Tsang immediately whisks his wife and son away and flew off in a flash of red light. When they eventually arrived due to the incredible speed produced by the Demon King, the scene that came into view completely left the woman stunned on the feet. Godfather. Breaking free from his mother's arm, Bai Xiaochen throws his tiny little body at the handsome man wearing the white silky robe. Due to the heat of the moment from the fighting, Chu Yifeng's sword had wanted to slash down again at the unexpected entry. However, the familiarity of that cuddly voice promptly stopped the act mid-track and allowed the kid to throw himself into his stomach. Godfather, I miss you so very much. Hugging that thigh, the little steam bun had stars shining in his eyes when staring up to the man's still unreadable face. Finally realizing what's happening, Chu Yifeng's eternally cold face softened. Giving the kid a rub on the head, this person then immediately turned to look over to the oncoming woman. In this moment, his eyes were seemingly in a trance like he's recalling back to the scene of their first encounter. Back then it was Elder Jing Qi and his brothers who brought back the blood-stained girl. At first he couldn't even see through to that face due to all the grime and red. However, his attention never did leave the last due to the baby boy in her arms. How could one be so severely injured and still care for a child? Well, Bai Yan did it back then. Despite not having a single good patch of skin left on her body, the lady not only kept her boys safe from harm, she wouldn't even let a single droplet of blood to get on the kids' clothing. That's right, it's her strength and courage that's won Chu Yifeng over. It's not her face, it's not her beauty or talent, it's her perseverance to do what's right. In that second when they met, the seed had already been planted. Perhaps in this lifetime he would never be able to rid himself of her image and glory. Yenner, it's been a long time. You look just as beautiful as you are ever. Of course, the latter part of his sentence could never be said aloud towards this woman and could only be kept firmly inside his heart now. It's been a long time indeed, Yifeng. Bai Yan draws a mesmerizing smile of her own, recalling back to their last encounter at the fighting competition over in the Luhua Kingdom. Even if she couldn't fall in love with him, he's still an important member of her family. That fact won't change no matter what. Has he been good to you? After musing over his response, Chu Yifeng still ends up throwing this nonsensical word out there. Going black in the face over the question, Ditsang immediately got all defensive and wrapped his arms around Bai Yan's waist. She's my wife, so of course I will love her with my all, that you don't need to worry. Chu Yifeng's return, as if he's unable to hear the Demon King's words, Chu Yifeng's focus remains entirely on Bai Yan's body. To him, it's as if the world doesn't exist and only this woman does. Not minding the extra attention, Bai Yan knew she must first appease Ditsang's hand before turning back to the kind man. Smiling on the face, Yifeng, you don't need to worry about me, he's been very good so far. Also, I'm pregnant with another child again. The news instantly made Chu Yifeng's hand tightly grasp into a ball. This should have been a joyous occasion, but to him, this only felt like a hand was ruthlessly ripping at his heart and causing excruciating pain. But in order to not make the woman in front of himself worry, his handsome and pristine face only showed a gentle smile. Then I am happy for you. In this life, I only want you to live well, and that's all I want. Hearing this from the sideline, Lord Chu Ran could only sigh at the pair's relationship. He's a father, so of course he would want his son to have happiness. Sadly, love mustn't be forced, and he knows that much. What a shame this is. Yenner, what did you just say? You're pregnant again. Bai Changfeng apparently forgot the situation they're all in and stepped out to ask, his voice trembling with excitement. It wouldn't be that you are deceiving us old guys, right? Bai Yan chuckled at her grandfather's outburst. However, before she could respond to that doubt, the little steam bun had already broke away from Chu Yifeng's leg and cocked his tiny head upwards with a proud face. Mother is pregnant with a little sister, my little sister. I will protect my little sister from now on and not let those bad people hurt her. Especially baddies like Batty Father, I will protect my little sister from people like that. The poor woman almost wanted to cry at her boy's logic. Bai Yan could already see her future son-in-law being driven away and knocked to level. An overbearing father-in-law, a brother-in-law with a little sister complex, who could handle such a relationship? In the end, the one to suffer would be her own daughter, the future baby that's going to come into this world. Lord Chu Ran, grandfathers, grandmother, and my Shifis, are any of you injured? Asked Bai Yan with an apologetic face for coming late. Bai Changfeng shakes his head at the inquiry. It's thanks to young Yifeng over there who came in time. Thanks to him, none of us is hurt. He didn't need to elaborate on what comes next because everyone knew the other outcome would only be negative. They really need to give thanks to the young man afterwards, they owe him their life. Eased by the confirmation, Bai Yan figured it's time she dealt with the one who caused all this. Smirking at the injured he faced Yang. So you're the spirit lord? The old man shuddered at being their focus. Fei Xiang had already recognized Di Tsang's identity as soon as the Demon King made his appearance, so he didn't say nothing. Deet Song, help me abolish his strength and then have someone send him back to the spirit realm. Bai Yen spells out her wish, leaving her grandfather and the rest confused as to what she intends to accomplish by doing so. Contrary to the confusion felt by the others, Fei Xiang on the other hand only felt a ray of light shining down on his injured self that was missing an eye. Is this woman going to let me go? Bai Yen didn't explain though despite all the looks coming her way. Making a lazy stretch, I am tired so I'll go rest first. Xiaochen, let's go. Okay. The little steambun didn't delay and hurried back to his mother's side, that face showing innocence and joy at being able to share a bed with Bai Yen again. As for the remaining celestial ranks here, grandfather, you and the rest can handle them. This is a good chance for you all to test your strength for consolidation. Giving a yawn, she then promptly led her boy for the inner parts of the Holy Land. Chu Yifeng's returned, 5. After testing herself and discovering she's pregnant, Bai Yen has gotten into the habit of taking naps whenever possible. Sadly, regardless of how much she sleeps, that endless fatigue just couldn't go away. This little one in my tummy, it can't be a lazy one, right? Rubbing her own abdomen, a faint smile slowly evokes out of Bai Yan's face. If not, then how else was she supposed to explain her current condition of being so sleep-prone? Mother, it's fine if my little sister is lazy. If she doesn't want to walk, then I'll carry her. If she wants to sleep, then I will keep her company. If she doesn't want to eat, then I'll feed her. You mustn't ditch her just because she's lazy. Out of fear for Bai Yen abandoning the unborn baby, Bai Xiaochen hurried to beg in place of his expected sister. But what if it's a little brother? She asks with amusement all over her voice. The little steambun didn't reply right away. Only after a long musing did he come up with an answer, then I will break his leg if he gets lazy. Or mother can toss him away and make another sister instead is fine too. 3 black lines literally appeared across Bai Yan's forehead. This little guy, isn't he too biased? Scraping the boy's nose in a doting manner, didn't you say you want a little brother to help you manage the demon realm? If he's lazy, then he won't be willing to be the crown prince. In that case, I won't be able to accompany my little sister to wander the world and enjoy the various places. If not, why don't mother make another that's less lazy? For Bai Xiaochen, a little sister must be used to dote, while a little brother could only be used to abuse. If this baby really is a boy, then he will cry if he hears your word, Bai Yen said with a sigh. Tilting his head in a pondering manner, the little steambun suddenly lights up with a light bulb hovering above his head. In that case, I won't beat him at least. If mother tosses him, then I will just go pick him back up. No big deal. I can always make him wear a dress and put on makeup. Using him to practice is not bad, it will give me experience for my future little sister. A puff of mushroom smoke explodes out of Bai Yan's head right then and there. For a second, she's discovered how difficult it would be for her second child if it's really a boy. It's going to be bad enough having Deetsong and this little steambun being so gender biased, but this was too much. But a really sweet smile comes off of the boy as he reached up with his hands to touch her belly. The baby will definitely be a sister. Little sister already told me she's coming, so it can't be anything else. Finding how stubborn her son was about the gender, Bai Yen knew it's pointless to argue. Pinching the kid's cheek, all right, it's a little sister like you say. Gleefully showing his teeth in that smile, Bai Xiaochen began to swing his mother's arm around as he spoke. Mother, I will properly teach my little brother when you get one in the future. I will teach him how to protect my little sister together. Okay, your little sister's safety will be in your hands. Greatly enjoying herself as well, Bai Yen tickles her boy's nose before giving her following instruction. Xiaochen, go call Dragoni and them over. Oh yes, call Li Shang, handsome youth, as well. Okay, mother. With a pop, the little steambun sneakily gives her face a kiss before running off with his little legs in the other direction. Watching her son's behavior, Bai Yen just couldn't resist a chuckle as she rubbed her own belly. I wonder how disappointed he will be if this child is not a girl. Just when the lady was busy pondering on the idea, Bai Xiachen had already returned with the group like she asked. However, it's far faster than she expected. Clearly they were nearby to begin with. Dragony, you mustn't bump into my mother, she's now pregnant with my little sister, so you must be gentle. Bai Xiachen comments upon seeing how the little missy was about to rush at Bai Yan out of excitement. Elated with joy on the face, Dragony cries out with glee as well, really? Mother, you really have a baby? Chu Yifeng's returned, 6, that's my sister, not your sister, and this is my mother. Bai Xiachen did not get the news regarding his new god-sister, so the kid immediately got irate after hearing that sentence. Xiachen, intervening since it's her fault for not bringing the topic up earlier, Bai Yan attempts to explain. Not long ago I had taken Dragony as my goddaughter, I just didn't have time to tell you. Originally the boy was still steaming on his cuddly face when he heard that. Turning from grumpy to surprise, a big "oh" was what became the shape of the boy's mouth when he turned to apologize. Dragony, I am sorry, I did not know mother took you in as her goddaughter. I was too impulsive, I'm sorry. It's all right, I don't blame you. Dragony shakes her head with a broad smile of her own. Dragony, Shan, I still have here a few Godhood Dan pills. Take them. Handing out the extra pills she reserved for the group. As for the extras, Dragony, you can give them to the ones from the border city. Remember, only those at the saint rank can use them. Godhood Dan pill. Wu Xiong and the other slaves behind the little missy were all showing incredulous looks on their faces. Great lady, when I arrived here I found that there are many who are at the celestial rank. It can't be, is it because of these Godhood Dan pill? Wu Xiong nervously asks without blinking at all, afraid the act might turn this into an illusion or whatnot. Boom! Like a lightning baton, the news smacks everyone right in the face and left a huge imprint. It wasn't all that long ago this woman was being chased by them from the border city, and now she's able to produce celestial ranks at will. Oh mistress, you mean, we are also included. The big burly man that was Wu Xiong from the border city gulps, his eyes spewing with desire. Due to these pills being in limited quantity, I cannot give every one of you a pill. Whether or not you can get one will depend on your performance. She explains with mild calmness that was very different to the tense air hovering above these slaves. In terms of importance, Bai Yan holds her family first, then the demons from the demon realm, then these other Micellus people underneath. That's why they are going to have to compete for an opportunity, otherwise where else was she supposed to get the ingredients to meet the demand? He Ling, the other powerful slave from the border city, was filled with excitement as well. He's hardly able to contain his emotions at the chance. This man knows this would be his only chance to break free from the restraints of the saint rank and into newer heights. Others were of the same opinion right now. For a time, these extras are trying hard to highlight themselves in front of Bai Yan so they could get a spot for the prize. Of course, not everyone here were interested in these beady little things. Yen, Amoli Shang, youth, shakes his head after glancing over at the pill. I don't need this thing. Startled by that answer, why? It's useless for me. You need to have confidence in me. Even without this pill, I can still reach the celestial rank and protect you. The youth sounded very sincere, making it hard for others to doubt him. She didn't insist since it's like that. Nevertheless, Bai Yan still left the option out there for him. All right, but remember to come to me if you need this in the future. I will always have one ready for you. Okay. Mo Li Shang breaks out a chuckle, revealing his teeth to the sunlight and making him look all the more bright and handsome. Queen Mother, are you back? Suddenly, a childish voice came from the side. Chu Yifeng's return, 7, when Bai Yan turned to face the source, all she saw was a dolly-looking child toddling over to her location with a very thick smile on that face. And due to how short his legs were, the dolly boy would always look like he's bouncing around when running, making him appear extremely cute to the onlookers. First giving the pregnant lady a huge hug on the thigh, then turning for the little missy. "Dragony, why are you always hiding from me?" The human form Piggy just didn't understand why the little missy would keep avoiding himself. He didn't do anything wrong. Dragony promptly took several steps back at the question, "Because I hate pigs. But I like you very much." Molly, Piggy, didn't get discouraged and continued to toddle over to the missy. Watching how this dolly boy wouldn't stop chasing after his girl, a nameless anger erupts out of the little steambun's heart. Reaching out to snatch the baby up by the dojuo underwear, "You stop pestering Dragony." Originally the dolly boy wanted to refute the request without a second thought, but the intimidating air coming off of the demon prince had caused him to give pause and shrink that head inwards. "He's so sad right now. But I want to be with Sister Dragony." From the first time he saw the dragoness, he's already dead set on protecting her. That's a belief the piggy won't give up no matter what. Now if only the girl would just stop hiding from him, then that'd be perfect. Cringing up into a stern face, Baishachen stumbled for a proper excuse. "Dragony doesn't like you, so you must stop pestering her. Otherwise I will hit your bum. I'll hit it until it blossoms." Shrinking into a roundish shape due to the intimidation, "Don't hit my bum please, my bum will hurt. If you stop pestering Dragony then I won't hit you." As reluctant as the dolly baby was about the idea, he did give in under one condition. "Then what if she's not against it? Does that mean I can be by her side and protect her?" Baishachen's anger grew even deeper. "I know. Why? I say no is no." Bai Yan was all smiles at this picture. How aggressive her son was getting, how her goddaughter was hiding behind the boy for protection, she could already see the pair getting along together well in the future. Truth was, rather than being a goddaughter, this pregnant woman would rather have the dragoness become her daughter-in-law. "Son, don't scare Molly anymore, come rest with me." Bai Yan's sentence immediately made the little steam bun drop the baby and run back over. "Mother, are you tired? I will help support you back to rest, you watch your steps." With his help, the mother and son began heading for the island at the center of this place, but that's not before the boy called out to her newfound sister, "Dragony, why are you still standing there? Come help me with mother." Dragony's eyes lit up at the beckoning. She's elated to be able to help and hurried to help support Bai Yan's other free arm. To be treated like a patient by both her children, Bai Yan just couldn't help but make a helpless smile. "I am not this weak yet, but you two, you look so adorable like a nice little couple." "What is a little couple?" asked Dragony with a clueless voice. "Dummy." Baishachen knocks the girl's head, "You are so dumb. A little couple is people like mother and baddie father." "Oh." Dragony nods her head like she's got it now. "But me and Gidge, older brother, are siblings, I don't want to be a little couple." Bai Yan's face got all black with lines running through it. She did not expect the one to reject the idea to be the girl here. Normally in these situations it's the boy who does the refusal out of embarrassment. Chu Yifeng's return, 8, Baishachen also nods his little head in seeming agreement. "Mother, Dragony is right, we are brother and sister, so how can we be husband and wife? Wouldn't that be incest if we do so?" Bai Yan's face grew even more black as her throat garbled for a proper response. It's as if a rock just got chugged down the poor mother's throat and left it there. Where did they learn such words? Moreover, they are not even related by blood. Since the two little fellas had no intent for each other, then that's fine. It's not like Bai Yan must have them become a pair. After all, love mustn't be forced. Whatever they do would be their own choice in the future. Spirit Realm. Standing above in the bristling air, Lu Qingyu was currently gazing down at the crying and pleading group of people that once brought nightmare into her life. She's feeling absolutely refreshed and pleased to the point where her lips had curved into a grin. These people, they're finally getting retribution. This lady would never forget how these people treated her mother after she lost favor. The humiliation, the ridicules, and the laughs, those pictures would never leave Lu Qingyu's mind. But now, her revenge has come, and they are going to pay for everything. First Elder. Fourth Elder gallops over from the distance, his face smiling when reporting, "We are almost done here with this group and some of them are willing to surrender to us. What should we do with them?" Nodding in understanding, "Let them enter into a slave contract with me, I will let them live if so. On the contrary, if they refuse then kill them as is." "All right." With the permission granted, Fourth Elder promptly went back to the holding compound to drag those who are willing to obey over. Many are shivering hard right now in front of all these demonic beasts parading around their location ready to tear into their bodies at the first sign of resistance. Heck, some were so scared at this point where their pants had started to urinate, thus creating a foul odor in the air. "Everyone listen." Though faint, First Elder's voice was clear and thunderous when speaking to these frightened captives. "If you want to live then be contracted by a slave contract, otherwise your other option will be death on the spot." No rejection came from the gathered crowd at the threat. They're all trembling and hanging their heads low due to the fear they felt. Seeing how there's no struggle, the elder promptly released his aura to blanket over the bunch. Very soon, the ritual for the binding was beginning to materialize and bond with their souls. Exhaling a long breath after the deed was done, "All right, you will all come back with us to the demon realm as slaves for life. This spirit realm will no longer exist." But right as he's about to turn and leave, something unexpected occurred and interrupted his departure. It's a huge white tiger, and in its jaws were a man that were quickly recognized by the various captives once they took a look. There's shock and disbelief in their eyes over the identity of the individual. Originally they thought the invasion upon the human world would be a given success with the Spirit Lord leading the attack force, but what are they seeing? But what's this they are seeing? He Fei Xiang's been captured. Flying over with one huge leap, Little Rice spits his baggage out with a grossed-out face. "First Elder, this is something my mistress tasked me to bring you. Don't worry about his strength though, the king already abolished his Dantian core so he won't be putting up any resistance." Since the moment of He Fei Xiang's appearance here, the man's daughter Lu Qingyu could no longer hold back her excited emotion. Covering those lips with both hands, tears came boiling out from those eyes. He Fei Xiang finally has his day. Ha ha ha. Talk about retribution and karma, he finally got what he deserves. Look mother, this man finally got retribution for what he did to us. Chu Yifeng's return, 9, you are alive. He Fei Xiang's gaze promptly revealed a look of dismay and panic as soon as his eyes met with his daughter's. He just couldn't believe Lu Qingyu was alive and well because he had sent several celestial rank cultivators after her that night. There's just no way in his opinion for the girl to flee under such pursuit. Snickering a cold laugh, a dagger instantly flashes into existence around the woman's hand. "Are you disappointed that I'm alive? I am your father Qingyu, what are you doing?" "Father." Lu Qingyu seems to have heard something hilarious and bursts out into a hysterical cackle. "If you really thought of yourself as my father then would you send someone to kill me? Not only did you cause my mother's death, you also caused Elder Jun's death." Once again, the image of her mother's desperation and Elder Jun's unyielding determination flashes across her mind again, causing her hand to grip tightly and eyes turning red from hatred and resentment. "Don't you always want to know why I went to the human world before? I can tell you now. It's because I accidentally overheard your talk about the miracle there, that's why I went, I wanted to get it before you do." Turning a taunting smirk at the crippled man, "But I didn't get it as you can see. I was caught by Bai Yan after failing to do so, and then I willingly submitted myself to her." Regardless of their first encounter, or the fact that she's now a slave to another, just the part that Bai Yan could deliver this dreaded man to her face for judgment was more than enough to earn Lu Qingyu's loyalty. He Fei Xiang's heart started to shake hard. He finally knows why the woman back in the human world didn't finish him right then and there. It's for this moment. That woman is truly ruthless. Even at death she won't let me have my dignity. I am your father Qingyu. That fact won't change because my blood runs through your veins. If you kill me then it's a crime against the heavens. In the future fate will definitely punish you and lay judgment in the afterlife. A stream of seething mockery filled the lady's voice. What about the heavens? What about my afterlife? As long as I can kill you then I am satisfied. Regardless of the consequences, I am willing to bear it. Swoosh. The dagger in her hand has sprang into action and directly stabbed into He Fei Xiang's chest. As she jerked the blade back and forth to make the pain as high as possible, the blood came pouring out and splattering across the lady's face and making her look incredibly frightening like a mass killer. Perhaps this world really does have karma, but right away thunder began to boom from above and the rain hammered the ground like it's just escaped from a long drought. This sudden downpour washed away the blood while also masking the trickling tears from the lady's cheek. As He Fei Xiang stared wide in disbelief, he cried out using the last of his strength, I should have killed you in the cradle back then, I should have strangled you when I had the chance. Sadly for this once lord and master of the spirit realm, the blood has almost run dry through his body at this point, causing him to lose the last of his voice. In the end, he just suddenly dropped backwards in the rain and gradually. He breathed his last breath in resentful silence. Clank. Dropping the dagger in her hand over this picture, Lu Qingyu suddenly shouts out towards the sky as she knelt there. The cry was endless, filled with emotions, and even contagious to those around because it was clear to everyone how much suffering was in that voice. Mother, Elder June, do you? I killed this man by myself, I've avenged you. Unfortunately, you'll never be able to see this. Chu Yifeng's return, 10, Elder June. Recalling that determined face of the senior in her mind again, I've succeeded, but you're no longer by my side anymore. I've waited a long time for this day to come, yet when I succeeded, the last of my family has already left me. Slowly standing up from the ground, Lu Qingyu began to wander through the rain like a zombie towards the back mountain. First Elder. Fourth Elder decides to speak up after getting worried from the terrible state the lady was in. Shouldn't we follow her? This girl, she seems to have suffered quite a shock there. Shaking his head over the suggestion, no need, just let her go. These sort of stuff needs to be solved by herself, we can't do anything for her now. Oh yes, remember to go examine the treasury hall here. Those items are to be offered to Her Highness the Queen after we leave this place in a bit. Understanding the first elder was right, fourth elder immediately clambered up and began the cleaning process for this chaotic battlefield. As for the rest of the survivors of this spirit realm, what else could they do when their leader has died before their very eyes? Aside from regret, they didn't show much sorrow for the dead man because they are worried about themselves and what awaited themselves in the future. A while later, Lu Qingyu returns again from the back mountain. But unlike before, she was holding an ash urn in both arms and giving off an air of lonely sadness. First Elder, can I go back to the demon realm with you all? She eventually asks after a long while of silence. Answering after a brief deliberation, you belong to the Her Highness so of course you can return with us. Moving those lips in haste at the agreement, then can I take my mother's ash with me too? I do not want to come back to this place ever again in this lifetime. That's not a problem. Alright, I will also task those underneath me to help your mother find a suitable burial ground. This way she can rest in peace. This girl was Bai Yan's subordinate so it's reasonable for him to do this small favor. Thank you. As much as Lu Qingyu would want to bring Elder June's remains along as well, the senior's body had already turned to dust and disappeared with the wind. The hour's getting late, we should begin heading back to the demon realm soon. First Elder turns to his peers and continued, but this spirit realm isn't bad. Fourth Elder, after we return you can go expand the entrance gate to these parts. We will fold this into the demon realm's boundary. The territory of the demon realm couldn't be called big in comparison to the human world, so it's time they expanded the territory using this spirit realm as the jumping point. After all, certain demonic beasts are quite productive when it comes to their offspring. Yes, First Elder, I'll have this done as soon as I get back. Fourth Elder complies and confirms the order. Let's go then, slowly turning away. It won't be long before the Queen and King returns from their own trip. We can discuss the next course of the plan afterwards. It's about right after 1,000 years of growth. Even if our demon realm isn't at the peak of its strength, it's still capable of challenging the celestial realm at this point. By then, whatever is owed will be paid back in full. The First Elder's gaze gradually lowered as the pictures of that cruel war slowly emerged in those old eyes. War's Prelude, 1, Holy Island. At this moment inside the bamboo cabin located at the center of this lake, a woman in red was currently taking a quick nap against the long bench bed with her head pressing against the pillow. Exactly when all was quiet, two little heads suddenly poked out from the doorway, their eyes scanning curiously at the inside. Dragony, stay very quiet, we mustn't disturb Mother's rest. Putting a finger against his lip in a hush-hush manner, the little steam bun slowly crept forward through the doorway. Despite the boy keeping a low profile, Bai Yan's senses had long picked him up the second he drew close. The only reason she's still keeping her eyes closed was because she's too lazy to open them due to the pregnancy and the fatigue. Gradually the boy and girl had come before the sleeping beauty. With one hand up, Bai Xiachen gently places it against the still flat belly while he spoke, "Dragony, come touch too, but be careful to not hurt my little sister." He then slowly rubs it back and forth like he's touching some sort of great treasure. Aha! Making that complying sound, the young dragoness also comes forward with her hand outstretched. There really is a sister, my hand felt something kick it. Her eyes are sparkling and filled with excitement when she quickly murmured that comment after giving it a touch as well. Dummy, that's just you imagining things. Sister is still small so you can't possibly feel anything. Grandfather said it before, it takes 7 months before there are any movement. Is it? Blinking her eyes in uncertainty, Dragony could swear she felt some movement during the initial contact. Meanwhile on the other end, Bai Yan could no longer keep her chuckle back after hearing all those childish remarks, thus surprising the poor boy up and making him jerk backwards. Mother, did I disturb you? Bai Xiachen asks with tears swelling out of those eyes. Smiling right up, Bai Yan shoots the thought down. If you want to touch your sister then you should do it out in the open, why be so sneaky? The little steam bun promptly puckered up his lips in grievance. That's because Batty Father won't let us get too close to you, Mother. He's afraid we will be too reckless and hurt you and injure little sister, so I... Not needing to hear more, Bai Yan promptly pulled her son into a lovely hug with one arm while bringing Dragony into her other one for a matching pair. Zaken, you are my child as well. Even if I have more children in the future, you will still be my most beloved son. Also, you don't need to be so careful around me, I won't get hurt, nor will your little sister because she's not so fragile. Bai Xiachen finally bloomed a bright smile at that promise. Hooking his arms around the woman's neck in a childish manner, I will be careful from now on and not let anything reckless happen. I can also help protect you, Mother. You are so good. Pleased with delight, she gives the kid a smooch on the forehead to seal the deal. During those days where she was wandering around outside and without anyone to rely on, it was this precious boy who brought a ray of light into her life. Without him, Bai Yan doubted she could have made it through the long ordeal. For that reason, her first son would always carry a special position in her heart and no one could replace it. Mother, you have a good rest first, me and Dragony will go out and play first. Jumping down from the bench bed, the little steam bun makes a gleeful smile as he spoke. I found a really interesting place some time ago, let's go check it out, Dragony. War's Prelude, 2. Dragony has always been very obedient, especially in regards to Bai Xiachen's words. After getting the call, she immediately got up from her spot as well and was dragged away through the door again. Looking up at the two playful little kids, Bai Yen couldn't be any more happy and allowed herself to return to that lazy position of leaning against the bed for sleep. Unfortunately, someone here apparently didn't get the memo and decides to interrupt her nap by swooping in with his blasted hand and touching the cheek. "Are you awake?" Giving a lazy stretch, she gazes up with an unreadable smile. "Did you tell Xiaochen and Dragony to not come around me?" Di Tsang could literally hear the rock dropping in his heart. Pondering on the pros and cons of lying or telling the truth, he decides to nod in the end and come clean. Di Tsang. Retracting her smile, the dominant wife promptly grasped onto her husband's collar. "Xiaochen is my son." "I know, afraid the struggle might cause an accident." Di Tsang hurries to bring his wife into a hug so he has a good hold on her. "I know a woman is the most vulnerable during their pregnancy, that's why I told him not to come by. I was afraid he might hurt you with his recklessness and hit you." "Who told you I was vulnerable?" she demands with narrowed eyes of daring warning. Your grandfather. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she makes a snickering sneer at that answer. "And am I a normal person to you?" "That only applies to ordinary folks, you idiot. When I got hit by the heavenly thunder, did I get hurt? Am I not fine in front of you right now? How can a little child cause me harm?" Di Tsang could clearly feel the seething flame quickly growing inside his wife's voice, so the man promptly meeked up in hopes of winning some forgiveness. "Are you angry?" Despite Bai Yen saying nothing and only pricking up that brow, the poor demon king already knew the answer. Hurrying to defend himself, Yen, I only told Xiaochen to not get too close to you. I didn't tell him not to come see at all. You know how he always rush into you whenever he sees you. I was afraid he might." That's right, he's afraid his wife might get hurt from the little guy's careless tackle. In terms of importance, a daughter would always be more important to this demon king. "Di Tsang, I know you are worried about me, but Xiaochen has enough awareness that he won't do anything dangerous around me. So, you don't have to." "I understand, next time I won't again." Tightening in his grasp around her waist, the blasted man prints a kiss on her lips before getting permission. Shame though, the act he himself caused had ignited a desirous flame in his lower part which promptly got hard and long. If not for the child in his wife's belly, he would most certainly have a go right then and there. Letting go before he loses control, Yen, I actually came to tell you something. My subordinates that was inside the secret domain have all been summoned back. We're ready to begin the assault against the celestial realm. I want to use the border city as our jumping pad for our forces." "That fast?" she asks with a hint of surprise. "Because I want to give you and our children a secure and safe place to live." Combing his long fingers through her silky hair, his behavior was full of gentle care. "I want to go with you." Pursing her lip, Bai Yen couldn't allow this. "No, I can't trust you in behaving. You and the kids stay at home and wait for me. I am not as fragile as you imagine me to be. Also, I believe my children aren't that fragile either." Holding her man's hand to reassure him, Bai Yen puts on the most seductive yet clean voice she has ever mustered by whispering into his ear. "Did you not promise to never leave me behind? I want to stand beside you, I want to fight alongside you in the battlefield." Looking at the woman's determined face and his own increasingly painful crotch due to that voice, Di Tsang submits and finally nodded. "All right." War's Prelude 3, Yen, can I? Di Tsang casts his gaze downward towards the woman's alluring body. Due to how she was sleeping earlier, Bai Yan's clothing had partially been loosened, allowing part of her snowy white breasts to vaguely show through around the collar. As a result, the man had become very dry in the throat, like he's parched and stuck in a desert. "I refuse." Figuring out what her husband wants by the fire in the man's eye, she hurriedly covered her own revealing part and shot a glare as warning. "I promise to be careful." The man doesn't give up and began to bite at her senses due to his whispering voice into her ear. In kind, Bai Yen also began to redden up in the cheeks due to the hot puffing breath. It's making her all uncomfortable. Not yet, lowering her eyes until the focus lands on her still flat belly, a maternal glow comes forward from her existence. For her sake, you must hold back. However, before she could say more, Deetsong had already sealed her lip with his own and shot that ill-behaving tongue inside. It's rough, strong, and overpowering in what it's doing inside her own mouth. Deetsong, she eventually cries out after breaking free with anger sprayed all over that face. Be good. Deetsong doesn't relent and continues to bite at her defenses. I won't do anything, I only want to kiss you. Seeing how her husband doesn't intend to force the matter based on where those hands were touching, mostly only her waist and back, she figured it couldn't hurt since it's only the exchange of lips and saliva. Gently closing those eyes, Bai Yen allows the man to do as he please. Precisely then, a maid carrying a tray with a bowl of chicken soup had arrived on the scene. But instead of acting all flustered over the couple's intimacy, the girl only halted for a second to conclude she's not intruding before coming straight in with casual grace to place the food down. Apparently this sort of behavior has become so commonplace that the maids and servants in the Holy Land didn't even find it strange anymore. To them, it's just another day and another scene of a couple kissing. Half a ring later after the maid left, Deetsong eventually releases his grip around the lady's mouth. Scooping a spoonful of soup up, he attempts to feed her. I can do it myself. I know, but I am your husband, so let me feed you. I can't do anything besides this because you are the one carrying our child. Let me do this much at least. Bai Yan's body literally quivered from the emotion she felt in that moment. Staring down at the spoonful of soup, she no longer resisted and opened up her mouth for pampering. Deetsong, when do you intend to start? After a long thought, she decides to ask. Placing the kitchen utensils down, Deetsong didn't reply right away. Instead, he showed a complex face like he's deliberating on the matter. Actually, after the demon realm was sealed back then, not every demon managed to make it back to our side. Take the Abyss Forest for example. Those demonic beasts are the offspring of those stayed behind, and in the celestial realm are of the same. So what do you intend to do with them? Standing up from the spot, Bai Yen asks with increased interest. Those demonic beasts, their treatment under the rule of the celestial realm is worse than being slaves. Snickering a sneer, and those of my demon realm can only be punished by me. In other words, whether it be demons or demonic beasts, they are only permitted to be punished by he and he alone. If anyone dares to touch his underlings, then they are going to be punished for the insolence. Bai Yan's gaze actually fell into a trance for the first time when staring at her husband. Even though it's widely known around that Deetsong could be quite scary at times, but the fact that his followers are so loyal wasn't without its reasoning. War's Prelude 4. Yen. Deetsong's expression weren't as cold as before, but the sharp look remains when he spoke. The demon realm is second only to you and our children in my heart, so I can never let them go for hurting the denizens of my realm. In particular, those people also harmed you, the greatest weakness of my heart. I will make them pay for ever touching you in the previous life, and they will pay dearly. Border City. Ever since the great seal around the demon realm was shattered by Deetsong a while back, the barrier in traveling between the various realms have mostly disappeared. And as the nexus between them all, this small city was detrimental for any attacking force from a logistical standpoint. As a result, the mood hovering in the air here have grown increasingly more tense in recent days due to all the demons arriving on the site. Right now inside a majestic palace inside the celestial realm, several old figures were sitting silently around a long table when the door to their meeting were interrupted. A guard partially takes to the knee when speaking, "Esteemed ones, we still haven't heard from the Celestial Lord yet." The news immediately made the occupants all show an ugly face. It's been 1,000 years already, the Celestial Lords still haven't come out of the shadows of that event. Keeper Ling, were we wrong in forcing his lordship before? One of the seniors wearing an ash-colored robe sighs with a frown. He's left us for 1,000 years and never once returned, and now there's not a trace of where he's disappeared off to. Perhaps if we didn't make him choose, then he and the lass would have gotten together already. What's the point of mentioning that girl now? It's not like we had a choice back then either. We also wanted the lass to be with his lordship as well, but who told her to get together with the demons? And there's that prophecy. She's the one who's going to subvert the celestial realm. For the sake of peace, she must die. The one known as Keeper Ling makes a cold smirk and showed no sign of guilt in his behavior. It's as if whatever he did was for justice and without fault. Boom! Suddenly, the door to this meeting room was pushed open again by a dainty hand. It's a woman who walked in on the group. Wearing a fluttering white dress, this lady looked like a true fairy with that air of divinity hovering around her existence. Keepers, did the celestial lord not return yet? Ruoshi, the ashen-robed elder, was full of sadness when speaking. Don't worry, we will be sure to have Chui God come back. He is the celestial lord and this realm cannot be without him, not to mention you also waited a millennium for him. Yun Ruoshi smiled bitterly at the failed comfort. If he had wanted to come back then he would have done so a long time ago. Keepers, please let me know if there's news of him. That said, she then makes a slight bow before taking a leave with her maid in tow. Against this picture, the ashen robe keeper couldn't help but shake his head. What a good girl she is. How can his lordship not cherish someone so wonderful when she waited so long for him? War's Prelude 5. Miss Yun is an amazing girl with prestigious background. Furthermore, the prophecy already foretold of her extraordinary future. She will one day stand at the pinnacle of this world. Only such a woman is worthy of being by the celestial lord's side, unfortunately. Another keeper laments the fact and shakes his head as well. Unfortunately, the lord doesn't have her in the heart. As I said, we shouldn't have killed that lass back then, abolishing her strength would have been enough. That way we can give her to the lord as a concubine, that way he would willingly marry Miss Yun with peace in mind. Another offers his opinion. Men having multiple wives in this world is nothing new, yet these old guys here demanded we kill that girl. Now we can't even get his lordship to return after 1,000 years. No, such a scourge is better off dead. I remember I destroyed her soul, so there's not a chance for reincarnation. Only that way will we be able to live in peace. Keeper Ling sounded cruel and ruthless when recalling back to the past, refusing to accept that he made a mistake. They can't blame me. For the sake of this world, sacrificing that girl is a must. Even if she is someone we've watched growing up, but compared to the survival of the celestial realm, nothing is more important. Keepers. A rush of footsteps suddenly came running through the door. Kneeling with one knee, the reporting guard spoke in a hurry. The seal to the demon realm has been destroyed. I've gotten word from my subordinates that the demons are beginning to move and has the sign of attacking us. What? With a bang after slamming the table, Keeper Ling promptly rose from the chair. How did we not get the news earlier if the seal is broken? Tapping the table with a finger, another keeper wearing a green robe spoke. I suspect the reasoning is because of the celestial lord. He likely subdued the shockwave created by the seal's destruction and hid the fact from us. Celestial lord. All of the keepers were stunned by the notion. They didn't understand why their lord and master would do such a thing, especially when both realms are destined enemies. Shouldn't we begin to make preparations as well if those demons are moving? The ashen-robed elder suggests with a dark frowning face. The guard gulps hard after hearing that suggestion. Keeper Zun, I also got a direct message from his lordship after getting news from my subordinates. Pausing for a second like he's hesitant to speak, he said, the celestial palace is not to be involved. If we do, he will never return again. As shocked as their hearts were, these elders that controlled the direction of this celestial realm were just as much angered by the command. The main reasoning would of course be over the illogical order, the other regarding the dilemma of why Chui God would act this way. After all, it was Di Tsang who stole the girl away from him back then. If anything, they should be attacking with everything and not holding back. Say, do any of you think that lass is still alive? Keeper Zune, Ashen Robe, suddenly came down with this idea and throws out this sentence. Keeper Ling promptly shakes his head in response. Impossible, I've personally shattered her soul and saw it disperse into the wind. Even if that demon king is powerful and far above ourselves back then, he still wouldn't be able to reunite her soul. Naturally, these keepers wouldn't know about the price Ditsang made in order to resurrect Bai Yen and place her soul back into the cycle of life. That's a secret he made sure to keep. Meanwhile, outside the room, Yun Ruoshi had been eavesdropping on their conversation despite giving off the impression she had left earlier. After hearing what they said, her hands instinctively began to clench tightly from, what's the word? Frustration. Or was it jealous? Maybe it's hatred. Yes, hatred would be more like it. She's not dead yet, she mutters in denial. How is it possible? That sort of injury should have removed her from this world entirely. There's no way, just no way. This won't do, I must go investigate this in person. I must find out if it's related to her before it's too late. War's Prelude, 6, a cold flash emulates out of Yun Ruoshi's eyes as she slowly turned around. However, that quickly changed to disgust when her sight fell upon her own maid that's standing in wait. It's a look of loathing and irritation because the maid was originally from that woman whom she forcibly grabbed over. Come with me, she snaps. The maid needed no hinting at what the other person wanted to do. She's been with this horrible mistress for 1,000 years, so how could she not know Yun Ruoshi's habit? Just that in the eyes of the outsider, this prestigious lady was kind and beautiful, so even if she appeared with scars and bruises all over that body, no one would suspect the other person. Holy Island. Inside the bamboo cabin, Bai Yen continues to snuggle into Ditsang's arm when the sun came through the window. However, her expression weren't that of peace or comfort. It's a tight furrowed face like she's having some sort of nightmare. In the dream. Beneath a dark sky of unknown origin, Bai Yen stands in a daze as she stared down at the familiar scene that's currently happening beneath herself on this mountain. It's a little girl covered in blood, and she's struggling to push the other little girl beside her forward. This place should be safe, so those bad people shouldn't be chasing us anymore. Relieved, the little girl takes a medicine out and attempts to feed her friend. Seeing this scene, Bai Yan's heart instinctively clenched up and made her body move on its own of wanting to snatch that bottle away. No, don't save her, don't save her. There's horror in that voice. Perhaps it's fate that's guiding her, but she has a strong belief that it's wrong to save the other girl and that the move of kindness it would ruin herself in the process. Pity. Right as her hand was about to make contact, what came into touch was nothing but air. Her fingers simply passed through the bottle. That's right, she doesn't belong in this place, meaning she couldn't stop any of this. As the scene continues to unfold, the injured little girl has now finished taking the medicine. Bai Yen, thank you for saving me once again. The mini version of her responds with a genuine smile of warmth. We've been dependent on each other for so many years, so of course I will save you. Oh right, are you hurt anywhere else? That said, she then makes a frown as she remembered something else. Removing the crescent moon-shaped amulet from her neck, Ruoshi, I was born with this amulet, so it's been with me for a long time. I don't know what use it has, but it has protected me through my life. Now, I'm giving it to you. As Bai Yen stood helplessly beside the two children, the panic in her heart continued to grow more severe when the amulet was finally brought up. You can't give this amulet to anyone. She screams in agony. The mini version of Bai Yen suddenly raises her head with a puzzled look. Did you hear someone crying out to me? Ruoshi shakes her head. No, it must be your illusion. Maybe. War's Prelude, 7, with a smile on her face, Mini Bai Yen helps lift the mini Ruoshi up from the ground. This place still isn't the safest, so let's go, we need to find a better location. Bai Yan wanted to catch the mini version of herself when realizing they were about to leave. However, that's when a beckoning voice interrupted her act from the outside. Yan. Right as she opens her eyes from being awakened from the dream, the first thing that come into her view was the stunning face of a man staring down at herself. It's the look of worry and love. Yan, what's the matter? Why is your complexion looking so pale? Startled by that comment, she quickly checked her own cheeks and found the temperature to be exceptionally cold. It didn't take much to guess the sort of face she had at the moment. Di-tsang, I saw memories of the past again. If at first she didn't know what the bloody battlefield was, then she most certainly do now. It's about her previous life, and the scene of herself and another girl just proves of it. Of course, the reasoning for such resentment remains a mystery for herself, but one thing's sure, Bai Yan holds a very strong grudge that couldn't be erased even after a lifetime. Understanding his wife needs comfort, Di-tsang hurries over to wrap his arms around her shoulder to continue listening. What I saw this time is a pair of friends. Based on their conversation alone, I can tell they've been dependent on each other for a few years. It's just... I don't know why, but I hated that friend very much when I saw her. That kind of hate goes deep into the bones, so it's unmistakable. So, I suspect, perhaps she might have done something unforgivable to me in the previous life. Bai Yan looks up to her husband, hoping for some kind of support in that theory. Hugging that body even tighter, don't overthink this anymore, I won't let anyone that hurt you before go. Bai Yan did not object to the idea. Leaning her head against his chest, she's finding this man increasingly more reliable to the point where only by being with him does she have a peace of mind. Okay, she says after a long while of silence. No matter what happened in the previous life, Bai Yan knows that as long as she has him, then that's enough. On the Holy Island, Bai Xiachen was currently sitting at the edge of the lake with his feet dangling off the water, thus causing a rippling effect on the surface. Highness. It's unsure when Dragony had come before the boy, but she didn't hesitate to take a seat beside him. What are you doing? Dragony, Mother and Batty Father may be starting their attack on the celestial realm soon. Unlike his age, a deepness that was normally found only in adults was shrouding over his face. I would likely have to go with them by then. I need to protect Mother and protect my little sister in her belly. Can you go back to the demon realm and wait for us? Why? The girl blinks and blinks. I want to go with you. I don't want to be left behind. Listen, this is too dangerous. With Mother's character, I know she won't want you to be in danger either. Hardening up in the face, the little steam bun remains stubborn on the matter. So go back to the demon realm like I say. Despite lowering her head over the persuasion, Dragony has become rather sneaky as of late and showed a cunning light in those eyes. In her view, she could just secretly follow them from behind because she's not going to be a coward on this. Oblivious to the thoughts running through his friend's head, Bai Xiachen instead got up from the spot when his ears picked up the sound of someone coming from behind. Batty Father, Mother. Xiachen, Dragony, you two go pack up. Once you are done, we will go say goodbye to your grandparents and head back to the demon realm. Bai Yan says with a faint smile. War's Prelude, 9. Chu Yifeng furrows his forehead tightly as he mused over that knowledge. Shaking his head, no, I do not know him. That's so, Bai Yan sighed, perhaps it's a coincidence. You and him are so similar that I thought you would be related to him in some way. Maybe I'm overthinking this matter and it's possible for two different people to look the same. Yifeng. Drawing closer to the man, Bai Yan wants to make sure her thoughts are made clear, so her following words are exactly what she feels. No matter what happens, you will always be Xiachen's godfather and my godbrother. I believe one day your fateful one will appear and you will be able to stop focusing on me. She now has nothing else to ask for now, only for this man to drop her from his heart. Only by doing so would he be able to find happiness like herself. Not answering right away, Chu Yifeng's gaze met the woman's before breaking out into a faint chuckle. Okay. From the first day that I met you, when have I ever refused your request? It's just this request, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it for the rest of my life. This time the man hid his sadness very well to the point where Bai Yen couldn't even pick it up. Patting that shoulder foolishly like she solved a lingering dilemma. Alright, I'm going to go now because Ditsang is going to get impatient soon. You shouldn't stay outside so much either. Your father is a good man and he worries for you. That said, the woman didn't linger around and left for where her family should be waiting. To be clear, it's not like Bai Yen doesn't understand having someone give up on their love was a hard thing to do, the issue was she doesn't have any other solution. It's not like she could just give in to the other man's feeling and go behind her husband's back. That would be cheating on Ditsang and she's not that type of woman to play around. Ditsang was already waiting by the exit when Bai Yen arrived at the mentioned spot. Finished? He asks with no discernible sourness. Shrugging at her husband's question, I've said what I need to say, whether he can let go is up to him. Anyways, why did you not stop me from being alone with him this time? Pulling his wife into an embrace, he gently strokes through that silky black hair with grace. You're my woman now, no one can steal you away from me. The main reason for his hostile behavior towards Chu Yifeng was because Bai Yen still hasn't accepted him, but now. Ho ho, she's already his woman, what more does he need to fret? He's never allowed anyone to escape his grasp before and he most certainly won't allow that to happen with his own wife. Let's go, we will first return to the demon realm to discuss the plan for attacking the celestial realm. Bai Yen says this with a sweet smile of her own. It's never a bad idea for a woman to be wanted and she's no different. Mother, it's then Bai Shaochen decides to interrupt the couple's lovey-dovey moment. How's Godfather? Realizing they're not alone again, Bai Yen hurries to gather herself and look downward at her boy. Don't worry, he will be fine. Declaration of War 1. It's then Di Xiaowan, Demon Princess, came running from the rear. Right as the girl's about to throw herself into Bai Yan's arm, Ditsang had already stepped in to stop her with a holding hand. Black in the face, don't you see your sister-in-law is pregnant? How can you be so reckless? Staring wide-eyed now over that knowledge, the demon princess's gaze slowly locked onto her sister-in-law's belly before popping them eyeballs out in surprising glee. Sister-in-law, are you pregnant? Am I going to have another nephew? Due to how emotional she was, Di Xiaowan's voice was trembling with excitement, causing her to go back and forth between giving a hug or staying back due to the threatening face of the man next to herself. Auntie, Bai Shaochen sounded very displeased. It's a little sister, a little sister. Puckering her lips in a childish manner, Di Xiaowan began poking at that logic. And how do you know it's a little sister? My sister told me personally, so it will be a sister. Saying the unborn baby was a boy has now become a taboo for the kid because he immediately got all defensive. It's clearly a beautiful and good little sister, why does Auntie say it's a boy? Okay, it's a little sister as you say. Rubbing her nephew's head, the demon princess didn't want to argue on the subject, which promptly earned her a happy grin from the boy. I will be a good big brother, I will protect my little sister. The little steambun's comment completely wins over the demon princess and made her give him a peck on the cheek. It's just too cute. Sister-in-law, letting go after her act, Di Xiaowan finally returns her attention to why she's here. Can I come with you? No. Bai Yen didn't need to think on the matter and refused right away. Your strength is too weak, so you can't go to that battlefield. Sister-in-law. Pleading by swinging Bai Yan's arm, the demon princess appears all pitiful with that puckered lip. I really won't be a baggage, really. When you break into the celestial rank then I'll take you. Bai Yen wasn't going to budge on the decision, so her answer remains firm. Hanging that head in a depressed manner, okay, but my strength is sealed away and brother won't help me lift it. That said, the princess then shifted her sight onto the demon king like it's his fault. State teacher is already out looking for the materials to help lift your seal, bear with it for now. Really? Di Xiaowan's eyes lit up with a cheeky smile of huffiness. don't think I will forgive him just like that. If it wasn't for him, sister-in-law wouldn't have run away from home. Anyway, it's all his fault. If he didn't secretly make a substitute for brother behind everyone's back, then none of that would have happened. He won't get forgiveness so easily. You stay here and wait for state teacher to come back. Bai Yan pats the girl on the head to settle the matter. Turning to the rest of the elders, it's about time, we're leaving now. Yes, Queen. They respond with resonating unity. Mother, it's then the little steambun tugged at the woman's sleeve. Are you not going to bring me? Xiachen, you wait at home for me too. Why? Getting teary red in the eye, I went into the secret domain so that I can protect you, mother. Why won't you let me follow? Declaration of war, too, pained at her boy's tearful face. Bai Yan almost crumbled if not for her motherly instinct to protect the baby. Leaning down, she gives him a gentle kiss on the forehead. Xiachen, I'm only going there to access the situation. I will come back for you once I'm done with that, okay? The battle hasn't begun yet, nor does she know the strength of the enemies, therefore taking her son along would be too risky to take. Really? Staring up with sparkling eyes of hope, mother is not lying. Of course. Pressing down the cringing discomfort in her heart, she wraps her boy into a warm hug. Believe in me, I will come back. Okay. Lowering his little head in thought, it took a moment for him to respond. I will believe you, mother. I will wait here for you to come pick me up. As reluctant as she was, Bai Yan finally releases herself from the kid and turns to her husband. Let's go, Ditsang. The Demon King naturally knew how much his wife disliked the separation, but this must be done. Using his own hug to warm her, he hopes the act would give the woman a peace of mind as they left with the rest of the group. In the background, Bai Xiachen never moved from the spot as he watched everyone leave. In fact, the light he's been showing in the eye until now has gradually disappeared and has been replaced with a darkness that's only been found several times before. Highness, Dragony nervously gives the boy a tug on the sleeve. Though the young missy doesn't know what's happening, but she's getting rather scared right now. Di Xiaowan and the other elders had already left to conduct their own business, so it's just the two kids left in this garden. Returning to normal after that brief lapse, Dragony, did you not say you want to follow mother too? Since mother won't take us, then we can just tail them from the back in secret. Shining with light in the eye over the suggestion, can we really? Of course, I can't be at ease if I'm not by mother's side. We will sneak quietly past everyone so the elders won't notice. If they find out, then they will not let us leave. If they won't let me go, then I can just sneak around from the back. What they don't know won't hurt. Border City. He Ling, a slave, and others like him have long gotten wind of Bai Yan's coming, so their group were already waiting since early morning. And sure enough, their efforts were soon rewarded with the familiar figures appearing in their line of sight. Mistress, King, you're finally here, the slave says with excitement in the voice. At the same time, the demons and demonic beasts gathered here are also waiting by the city outskirt. Greeting to the king and queen. Their voices powerful and resonating with power. Supporting his wife as they land, Ditsang first scanned the surroundings before speaking. How are the preparations? Sire, we have finished most of the preparations and only need your order to begin the attack. Good, we will begin to move once nightfall comes. Yes, sire. The demons kneeled again and respectfully complied. Furthermore, go prepare a separate yard for my wife. No one is allowed to disturb her while there's nothing of importance. Yes, sire. They answered again, but with less vigor than before. Everything done, Ditsang immediately turned back to his wife, those supporting hands careful and nervous. Declaration of War, 3, Yen Yen, be careful, I'll help you go rest. During this period, you don't need to do anything, just wait here for my good news. Bai Yan instantly went black in the face. I am not so delicate that I need to be carried, not to mention I'm only 5 months into my pregnancy, there's no need to be so nervous. But I'm afraid you will get tired. Against this sort of behavior from their king towards their queen, the demons and demonic beasts gathered here were all gawking their mouths out in shock. Even though they've heard of Di Tsang's love for Bai Yan from the various rumors, but not many of them have actually seen the real thing until now. That level of pampering was too much for their small hearts. However, that doesn't mean shock was the only emotion running through their minds. There's also envy circulating among the female body. Thankfully these had self-acknowledgement and didn't have other intent in mind, otherwise Di Tsang and Bai Yan would have to deal with another situation like that snake and fox fiasco. Once settled in on the courtyard prepared by the residents of this city. What are your plans for attacking the celestial realm in the evening? Bai Yan asks with a serious face. I'm first going to head to the ancient battlefield that lies beyond this border city. Since that place is controlled by the celestial realm, it is bound to be defended by their forces. However, it is also filled with countless treasures lost through the ages. I intend to first conquer that place and then gather the items hidden underneath the ground for you. Afterwards I will then begin the assault on the rest of the celestial realm. Understanding now, Bai Yan reaches over to grasp one of her husband's hand. I want to go with you. Yan, pressing the woman's shoulder with his own free hand, his tone grew heavy as he spoke. You are pregnant now. I don't want you to work so hard. The defenders stationed at this ancient battlefield isn't too strong, so you can be at ease. Nothing will happen, I promise you. Just wait here and rest until I come back. Until I come back. These 4 words hit her hard. Remember Di Tsang, we are bound together by the soul. If I notice that you are in danger I will come for you no matter the danger, remember that. Turning solemn in the face after saying that, so, for me, you must pay attention to your own safety. Di Tsang didn't argue with that request, instead he pressed his own lips towards her to let the woman know his inner feelings. After the kiss, the man's voice grew hoarse and longing. I promise you, for you and our children, I won't let any harm come my way. Reassured now, Bai Yan shows a genuine pleased smile. Remember what you promised me, otherwise I will follow you to death if I must. We will be together. This time it was Di Tsang who got hit hard by the words. Pulling his wife into an embrace, he holds her tightly to relish in this moment. Yan, getting a bit dry in his throat at what he's about to say, I also started to remember some things. I remember a long time ago I failed, I couldn't protect you, and I lost you for that. Then going sharp in the eye like a ferocious beast, I will never let that happen again, never. This was his promise to her, a promise he intends to keep for this life and the next and forward. Declaration of war. 4. Go ahead, rest for now, letting go of his woman as he says that, I'm going to discuss the matters of this evening with First Elder, I won't disturb you. Staring up to the man's gaze, Bai Yan eventually nodded and allowed her man to give a peck on the forehead before their separation. In the study, several elders had already been waiting for their king when he arrived on scene. Majesty, they arched their fists in respect as the man took a seat on the main chair. First Elder, give me the report to this ancient battlefield. Yes, sire. Taking a step forward, the senior goes over what he knows. The enemy troops stationed at the battlefield are all celestial rank warriors, most are bottom divine with a few that has barely stepped into the middle divine stage. Gently tapping the table over this information, and what about the treasure lost in the ancient battlefield, do you have any information regarding those? We're unable to locate any relics so far because our people still haven't been able to examine the region, but we are able to confirm there are a lot of rare medicinal herbs growing on the land. The soil there is rich with nutrients, so it's quite abundant. Squinting his eyes, herbs. That's good, very good, I can take those and give it to my wife for use. In any case, this ancient battlefield will be mine. First Elder's mouth twitched at that statement. He could already guess why their king specifically picked the ancient battlefield as the first stage for the invasion. It's probably for the herbs and treasures to give to the queen. Also, go pick several powerful demons out there to protect my wife. Di Tsang still doesn't feel completely at ease for leaving, so he wants to make an insurance. Yes, sire. First Elder arches his fist in compliance. Even after all these years, the king's love for the queen is still deep into the bone, no one can match. A moment later, Ditsang speaks again, this battle on the ancient battlefield, First Elder, you don't need to participate. I will bring 10 other bottom divines with me and that's it. Taken aback by the order, the senior promptly protested, but why sire? Sneering coldly, this battle will inevitably raise the attention of those in the celestial realm, I don't want them to know our full strength so 10 is enough. Truth was he alone was more than enough to wipe out the forces stationed at the battlefield. However, he's not going to waste time mopping up the weaker ones so the 10 demons were for that, to handle the ones he couldn't care less to fight. First Elder naturally understood what his king was intending to do and it made perfect sense. It's never a good idea to reveal all the cards before the final clash. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Not delaying, the senior immediately went out the door to carry out the command and left Third Elder and Fifth Elder exchanging looks among themselves to one side. What are you two still doing here? Shuddering upon the realization of their dismissal, the pair hurriedly cusped their hand. Yes, sire. Alone now in the study, Ditsang sat quietly there like he's brooding over something. Night time. This evening was a dark one. Perhaps it's the raising of the curtain for this great war, but the moon was firmly hidden behind the dark clouds of this night, making it all the more difficult to see anything in the shadows. Declaration of War, 5 Ancient Battlefield. On the edge of this stretch of land burdened with scars from ancient wars, a brightly lit manor was currently holding a festive banquet within its compound. There are dancers, beauties, and most importantly, there's a greasy middle-aged man relishing in the bounties of whatever this place had to offer. Oh beautiful, come drink with me. The greasy man directly pours the wine in his glass down the beauty's throat with a boisterous laugh. As a result of the act, the female in question naturally coughed from the choke. Nevertheless, she continues to put on a smile, "My lord is so bad." "Ha, of course I am bad, otherwise how am I supposed to make you all love me?" Wei Xingping then went ahead to wrap his greasy hands around the breasts of the nearest ladies around himself, allowing those fingers to squeeze and pull at their tits to make them moan. Bang! Suddenly, a loud ruckus came from the outside, causing the slimy greaseball to jump up in haste. Who came to mess with this ancient battlefield? After he arrived at this ancient battlefield and made it his home, no one has dared to come make trouble. As such, he's been much less interested in guarding his position as the dominant overlord here and grew lazier as he enjoyed the fine things of life. For example, playing with these fine women at night and letting his fitness go due to all the food he's been consuming. Not good, my lord, it's a big deal. Perhaps it's due to how frantic he was, the guard in question ends up running over some of the dancer girls and making a mess of things when he tumbled over to Wei Xingping's spot. My lord, the demons are coming. What? The greaseball became shocked. Demons? What crap are you going on about? Demons are the lowest of the low in the celestial realm, what trouble can they cause to make you so frantic? How many came, 1 or is it 2? Although there are indeed demons living in the celestial realm, but due to the level of poaching by the various forces here, the numbers are always on the small side. It's within reason for Wei Xingping to assume it's only 1 or 2. It's 11. 11th, the greaseball repeats the number with a frown. That's actually a pretty high number, but it shouldn't be enough to make you panic, right? The guard gulped hard, the leading demon, he seems to be very powerful. Humph. Sneering in his voice, isn't it just a demon, how powerful can he be? How about this? If he's more powerful than me then I'll betroth my beloved daughter to him, ha ha ha. The last bit was obviously full of sarcasm like the idea was impossible. The gifted demons have mostly been tamed over the years so there's only the weak ones left out in the wild. Now for the disobedient ones, they've obviously been wiped out so it's within reason for this man to assume that logic. Unlike his lord's belittling opinion about the attackers, the guard on the other hand was shuddering with fear just remembering the powerful image of the demons. As such, he knew the only way was to make the greaseball see for himself. Wei Xingping snorted and strode out the door at his subordinate's pleading. Immediately, the exceptional color of that silvery-haired man had caught his eye. The greaseball gulps. This demon, isn't he too beautiful for a man? What a shame, if only he's a female.